submitted to the Committee of the Whole House. It was the acting Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, Urban Development who presented this bill, and committee stage to be taken next week on Tuesday, the third day in the month of December 2024.
The House also considered the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 22 of 2024, and this was considered in committee and considered, of course, with amendments. Report stage is expected to be taken today.
The other bill that was considered was the Customs and Excise Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2024, in committee stage, and the Minister of Finance and National Planning, standing in his place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of this bill to a later date, and it was granted.
The House also considered the Mobile Money Transfer Levy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2024, which was considered in committee. It was reported with amendments, and the committee stage is expected to be taken today.
There was a consideration of the Proper Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2024, was considered in committee stage, and amendments and the report with amendment will be considered today, which is the 29th day in the month of November 20.
And there was resumption of committee work on the estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional statutory expenditure, and a number of the heads were considered yesterday. This includes Head 68, Ministry of Tourism, and also Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts.
The Committee of Supply resolved that the report of the Committee of Supply of the motion of 5th November 2024 be adopted, and this was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stombeko Musokotwani, and there was the appropriation bill to authorize expenditure from the general revenues of the Republic of the monies required for the service of the Republic during the financial year ending 31st December 2025, not exceeding in the aggregated to 270 billion 105 million 378,661 kwacha. It was presented by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, read the first time, and to be read the second time today.
Yes, so that was the business of the House yesterday, and thereafter the House adjourned accordingly at 1640 hours. Today we look at business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. And of course we have announcements, if there will be any, and rulings, if there will be any, and then the House is also going to consider urgent matters without notice, if there will be any, and we have Her Honor the Vice President's 45 minutes of question time for the members of Parliament.
We do have a number of government bills today, and the first one will come from the Minister of Technology and Science, and this is the Cyber Security Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2024, and this bill seeks to provide for cyber security in the Republic, established in the Zambia Cyber Security Agency, and provide for its functions, provide for the regulation of cyber security service providers, provide for the constitution of the Zambia Cyber Incident Response Team, and provide for its functions, provide for the constitution of sectorial cyber incident response teams, continue the existence of the Central Monitoring and Coordination Center, provide for the designation, protection and restriction of critical information and critical information infrastructure, repeal and replace the Cybersecurity and Crimes Act of 2021, and provide for the matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing.
And we also expect the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to present two government bills, and this is the Cyber Crimes National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, and the Anti-Terrorism Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2024.
We do have questions for oral answer, understanding order 80. These are 4 questions on today's order paper, and there is a motion that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House, and this will be moved by Mr. Nyambose. It is adopt a report of the Zambia delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. That this House adopts a report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia from 3rd to 8th November 2024 for the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. This document was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 27th November 2024.
And just now, as we can see on the screen, is the Speaker's procession. We cross to the floor of the House. Good morning.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And the sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and glory, unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God to them. Let us all have people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our pride. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, let's celebrate Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain with them under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order, honorable members. I'm glad there's an improvement on the quorum from what happened yesterday. Please, let's keep it up. Honorable members, I have one announcement and one ruling. The announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of Mrs. Mina Mumba Mwansa, Vice Treasurer of the United Party for National Development. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitor in our midst. You are welcome. You may take your seat. Thank you. The ruling, honorable members, is on a point of order raised on Tuesday, 12th November 2024 by Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, against Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi constituency, for using derogatory term whilst pointing at members of Parliament on the right. Honorable members will recall that on Tuesday, 12th November 2024, when the House was considering the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty, and Mr. H. Mapani, Member of Parliament for Namwala constituency, was debating. Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, raised a point of order. In his point of order, Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, inquired whether a Member of Parliament on the right side of the Speaker while debating. And I will now render my ruling. National Assembly of Zambia standing provides for procedure to be followed when raising a point of order. In that regard, Standing Order 139.3 provides as follows, and I quote, "In raising a point of order, a member shall cite the standing order, law on privilege of members, rule of procedure or practice which has been allegedly breached." End of quote. Honorable members, a review of the verbatim record of the proceedings of Tuesday, 12th November 2024, reveals that Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, in raising his point of order, did not cite the standing order, rule, law on privilege or practice on which his point of order was based. In that regard, the point of order did not comply with the requirements of Standing Order 139.3 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024. The point of order is therefore inadmissible. Honorable members, I have on several occasions provided guidance to the House on the need to cite the relevant rule, law, privilege, practice or procedure that has been breached whenever a point of order is raised. On that basis, honorable members are once more reminded to acquit themselves with the standing orders so as to ensure that whenever a point of order is raised, the relevant rule, law, privilege, practice, or procedure that has been breached is cited. Therefore, failure to cite the relevant rule, law, privilege, practice, or procedure that has been breached whenever a point of order is raised shall render the point of order inadmissible. Honorable members, despite the foregoing, a further review of the verbatim record and video footage of the proceedings of the day reveals that Mr. Munia Zulu, MP, used the vernacular word Vambwili twice whilst pointing at the members of Parliament on the right while debating. I note that the context within which Mr. Munia Zulu, MP, used the vernacular remark is derogatory. In that regard, I direct the Director Hansard to expunge the words used by Mr. Munia Zulu, MP, 12th November 2024. I thank you. The next item is urgent matters without notice. I have one indication, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according this chance to raise a matter of urgent importance to. Let me direct this to, since the Minister of Local Government is not around, maybe to our Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, you forgive me. Yes, I'm asking for forgiveness. Madam Speaker, not every Zambian.
Your sins are forgiven. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Not every Zambian, Madam Speaker, understands English. Some of the people live with in Kalabo, they can't communicate in English. Therefore, the easiest person they find to communicate to is the MP, using the vernacular. Now, the matter, Madam Speaker, is over the ambulances, which I feel Kalabo is affected heavily, greatly. I hear there was a press meeting, a conference, in which there was some explanation. But my request, Honorable Madam Speaker, is, wouldn't it be prudent for this House to be privileged to receive that information about the ambulances? Kalabo has nothing. If we ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, how many pregnant women die as they are being transported or as there is no transport to pick them? So, wouldn't it be prudent for the Honorable Minister of Local Government to present some information to us before we rise, so that we are able to explain to the people why the ambulances have died? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, for that issue that you have raised. But from my following the proceedings before the Public Accounts Committee, I noticed that this matter is before that committee, particular committee. So I don't know whether we should now start preempting the work that is before the Public Accounts Committee and bring it to the House. I would suggest that we wait for the report of the Public Accounts Committee to report to the House, then we can ask the necessary questions when we are debating that report. So the matter is not admitted on the ground that is before a committee of the House that is considering that matter. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter is directed to the Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, in Mapamba ward of my constituency, before yesterday, Mr. Chiweza Nkoma was attacked by an elephant at Mtowozi Wachewa. The following day, Mr. Ohedman Chirelevia was also killed by an elephant right in his village. Unfortunately, Mr. Nkoma also passed away as he was being taken to Lundazi Hospital. Madam Speaker, you had appointed a committee of 1 to look into this matter. Thank you to CDF. We have started fencing Mapamba Ward with an electric fence to deter these elephants. But in spite my pleas to the minister, is he in order not to join or at least contribute funding to this fencing so that lives could be protected? Because it's not just Mapamba. We have a similar problem in Kasela, Zewe, Chikwa, Pondo and Chimbamba. And our fencing project is to cover these areas. I seek your serious indulgence on why the minister is not joining us in this important exercise. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Chama South. You have said that a committee of 1 was appointed. We have not received the report of that committee of 1. So why do we want to preempt your work? But I suggest that you continue engaging the Minister of Tourism to see how you can be assisted, and maybe incorporate other members that are affected from similar areas that are facing this animal-human conflict, and come up with a report. I keep on saying that committees have got massive responsibility and authority to inquire in any matter. Since you were even appointed a committee of 1, I think you need to do more. Please incorporate other members, and let's have your report on the floor of the table, or on the floor of the House, so that it can be debated further. But please continue engaging with the Honorable Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much for that update, although it was a premature update. Thank you. We proceed. Her Honor, the Vice President's question time. The Honorable Member for Mufurira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, good morning. Your Honor, the Vice President, yesterday there was a press address by some controlling officers in your government, specifically the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Information, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government. And in that press conference, they were addressing matters that are currently being considered by the Public Accounts Committee of this Parliament. And Your Honor, the Vice President, specifically, the controlling officers have even had their opportunity to appear before the committee and address the issues that have been raised in the respective ministries from the Auditor General report. My question, Your Honor, the Vice President, is it the manner of working in this government that a controlling officer can choose to address queries raised in the Auditor General's report through the press and not use the laid-down procedure by availing themselves before the particular parliamentary committee and address the audit queries that have been raised by the Auditor General's report? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Honorable Member, for that concern. Basically, in short, I would say what you are concerned with is that a matter that is before PAC is being discussed outside the committee. I think that is the shortest way to put it. And that being the case, Madam Speaker, I am not aware of any rule. No, I am not aware. Wait, let me finish, Mukushi. I am not aware, Madam Speaker, of any law or rule that says you cannot talk about what is being discussed in park. I am not aware. I am not aware of that law. And they are responding. The issues are not just in park, madam. The issues are of public concern. They are in the media. They can't wait for what the people are concerned about until park concludes. Unless you say they are the ones who took it out, but you are aware that these things were in public even before the park deliberation. So it is not necessary that they took the issues from park and started discussing. The public was already aware, and they were being preemptive, I think, to the public. Park continues with its work. It's a professional work that will be done, but they were speaking to the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. When I was saying the matter is before park, and maybe you can stop the time. We cannot debate it in the House. That's what I meant, that when a matter is before a committee of the House, it cannot be discussed in the House, because we'll be preempting the work of the committee. That was the guidance that I was giving. All the honorable members, if you want to discuss that, you can come to my chambers. We can have a chat. Honorable member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Your Honor, the Vice President, the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen how justice has actually been applied. It hasn't been applied on a number of other selected people that we may see. We saw how the DC for Isoka convicted the case of theft. Another DC in Rumezi was also arrested. But of late, we've seen some members of a criminal organization, whenever they are arrested, they go to an anthill, standing up and criticizing government. Your Honor, the Vice President, of late, we saw also the First Lady and the family, properties being forfeited and being arrested. I want you to clarify to the Zambian people whether the First Family and the former First Lady, whether they're being persecuted or being prosecuted. Clarification on that.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kabwata for asking that question. Except, Madam Speaker, I will refuse to deal with criminal organizations, because when you know there is a criminal organization, they don't belong to the public. They need to be caged. So I think, indeed, there could be many people that cry foul when they are arrested. Justice. I think that is the first point the Honorable Member raises, that justice is being applied equitably to all Zambians. Nobody is above the law under this government. And you gave an example. I could only pick the DC soccer. DC is in incarceration in jail today because of what he did, which is very important. This government will not choose who commits a crime. When a crime is committed, it doesn't matter whether you are a member of parliament sitting there or here, or you are where, the law will take its course. I think that is what the Honorable Member is basically saying. Colleagues, when somebody is arrested, I believe, and I've said it before, Madam Speaker, it's an opportunity to exonerate yourself when you are innocent, so that you don't remain with people alleging that you are a criminal, when in fact you're not. So it's an opportunity to go to the courts of law and bring out your matter. You may just be, be declared innocent and be acquitted because you didn't do anything. We know there are people that have gone through courts and have been found not guilty. That is the beauty of being taken to court. So this government, Honorable, will continue to be just. They will continue to apply the justice system equitably to all Zambians. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Your Honor, the Vice President, we have more than 500 public sector workers drawn from different government departments, including from State House, who have been surrendered to Public Service Management Division for redeployment. It is now 2 to 3 years. These workers are still at home, receiving a salary. We have withdrawn their fringe benefits, which to me amounts to psychological torture. Why is your government not retiring these workers so that they can start a new life instead of the government running 2 parallel payrolls? I submit.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honorable Member for Chama North for that concern. He says there are many, the number, I didn't pick the number, 500. More than 500. Okay, I really am not aware of. I think it's a new style. When you go, the numbers, that is what I'm saying. I may not verify the numbers. Madam, when we come here to give the answers, it is not to satisfy people. I think those that have been ministers, they understand. If I don't have a report on my table telling me that, then I should start saying, oh, you are right. No. There may be numbers. Last time I was asked a similar question here, and because it was three people. I think that. But if those people are things to understand this point, this government will continue to fire people or to surrender people in national interest, which was not national. I think you know better. National, public. Now we saw people fired in national interests. That is not correct. But if this is happening, we will see that those that need to work, they earn their money. And we will see how that works. I don't know who you are talking about from State House who have been, sent away home in national interest. I am not honestly aware of such individuals. If you have, you tell me. You come and say, these are the names of the people from State House who are now at public service and they are not doing anything. Otherwise, don't think of permanent secretary for special duties, they are working. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Katombola constituency to raise a question to our Honourable Vice President. Your Honourable Vice President, the fight against corruption in the New Dawn government is yielding fruits. Madam Vice President, we are aware that 1.5 billion kwacha has been recovered from the previous government officials, and over 200 luxurious motor vehicles have been recovered. Over 100 luxurious mansions have been seized, worth billions of kwacha. Farms recovered, Madam Speaker. Over $30 million have been recovered in the fight against corruption, mostly from leaders of the previous government. Madam Vice President, when you steal from the people of Zambia, the resources will be given back to the people of Zambia. When are you coming, Madam Vice President, to come and give us a report on how much resources have been recovered from the routers, particularly from the previous government? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Katombola for that question. Indeed, this government, I agree with you, is doing a lot in the fight against corruption. And this government will continue, Madam Speaker, the fight against corruption. It will not end until people stay away from corruption. I appreciate the statistics that you have given as to the result of the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, when you are fighting against corruption, it is not just, sending people, sentencing them to jail terms, and when they go, the property or the resources that was corruptly acquired remains with them. What will you have? That is investment. It will look like investment. If I get $1 million US dollars and I put it aside and you send me to jail and that is still waiting, let us look at this. It is still with me. I think by the time I come out after 3-4 years, I may find it has even multiplied. Yes. So we appreciate, Honourable Member, that recovery is very, very important. But there will also be punitive kind of punishment. So this government is working, and I will continue to say it will not end. It will not end. Neither will it end. We must stay away, honourable members, because it will not end. Any corruption must be fought viciously. We must fight corruption. I also agree. I think we should come with a statement to show this fight. Although it will be too long, it will be very long, especially that members think the anti-corruption is not doing much. No, the anti-corruption is working all the time. Some of these white-collar crimes take a long time to find enough evidence. So yes, thank you for taking note that the fight is on, and we are succeeding but not ending, because corruption is still a lot in our community. But we will follow you. It doesn't matter where you go. You will be fought until you pay back, and you also you are given an opportunity to repent in jail.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor the Vice President, good morning. Your Honor the Vice President, I'd like to start my question by commending the Ministry of Finance in the manner in which it is improving in tightening domestic revenue collection through ZRA. We've seen some improvement in IT and so forth, smart invoicing. That is commendable. But I have a concern with multinational companies. From the FIC report, in the first 9 months of this year, $500 million of revenue has left the country through illicit financial flows. Not a legacy issue from the first 9 months of this year through the FIC report. Madam Speaker, through the Honourable Vice President, I would like to know what you are doing to tighten collection of revenue from the mines, because the mines declare losses. You have made mineral royalty tax deductible for income tax purposes. So if they declare losses, they are not paying tax. What are you doing to avert this loss of revenue? $500 million is a lot of money that the people of Nalolo would have benefited from. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as we ask our questions, let's reduce on the use of hands, especially pointing at Her Honor the Vice President. Her Honor the Vice President. Her Honor the Vice President.
Welcome, Honorable Member from Mandirima. And we pray you will stay longer this time. That means the rules of the House apply. Thank you, Honorable Member for Nalolo, and good morning. You started by commending the Minister and the Minister of Finance for tightening and improving the tax collection or revenue collection because of the measures that they have put in place. And then you talked about illicit flow amounting in the first 9 months and now amounting to $500 million. Yeah. Government, I think that's the shortest. You like these economic questions. But I can tell you that government will continue to tighten. You have talked about the mines, that the illicit flows are probably in the mines. But let us also start by appreciating that the mines are the biggest source of tax in our country today. So we appreciate them. And with your concern, government is working. In fact, I'm told the minister, the laws that we are bringing are also tightening on that score. Yes, indeed. That the first thing before they remit the money outside, they have to clear all the taxes. It is there now. It is there. The laws that we are passing to implement the 2025 budget. So we are working on that. We have seen that it is possible to have these flows, but now they are being compelled that before they can remit outside, they must clear all the taxes in the country. I hope that it does help. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and Honor the Vice President. Good morning. Madam Speaker, the official residence for the Republican President of Zambia is State House.
Yeah.
The movements of the president from Community House to Nkwa's office has thus far caused the death of 2 people. The recent one of a police officer who was doing sweeping for the motorcade, and I commiserate with the family. My question to our Honor the Vice President therefore is, when will His Excellency the President move into the house that the Zambian people gave him in 2021? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you want to listen to the answer? Thank you, and good morning, Honorable Member from Pika. You started with a kind of concern, and the concern actually was something that my mind is, at riot, because you are asking you put a preamble that death was caused because the president was moving from his home to the office where he operates from. That is very sad. Let us not sensationalize. Let us not, incite people to think wrong. Accidents happen, number one. Accidents happen. Once you came, just stay there. Accidents, madam, happen all the time. We had an accident. The one that is in my mind is the vehicle that passed through Mensa constituency, a bus, this week. And we lost life. So for us to say because it was the president, then he has caused it, honestly, we are not sincere. Even if the president was living in State House, he would still come out. He would still be going to different places. Yeah. So are you going to attribute an accident of that nature to the president? No, you are not being sincere, colleagues. An accident happened. Indeed, all of us must feel sad with, the situation. A life was lost. And I'm sorry, I can say something very wrong, madam. We have to see, how did this accident happen? Because the roads are cleared. Why should a person just come like that? We can also start saying, was it a plan? But we will not do that. Because accidents happen. Accidents happen. Even if my president was living in State House, he would be coming here to address people. This house, and an accident can happen. He could be traveling to Mulungushi, an accident can happen. He is not locked up. So it happened that an accident happened. I think let us take responsibility as leaders in this country rather than make sensation and try to make every situation political. A life is lost. Yeah. Let us think of the life that is lost rather than, start
Honorable members, order. Can we listen? Honorable member for Kalulushi, please. Order, honorable members. We don't, it's not allowed, whether it's an honorable minister or a backbencher who is making noise. Let's avoid debating while seated. Let's avoid debating while seated. Otherwise, you risk spending the rest of the day outside. How can we listen to the questions and answers if we are talking in between? We are the ones who have asked questions and we are waiting to hear the answers. So let's allow Her Honor the Vice President to answer your questions. There is no point of order. Honorable member for Karulush. I'm sure the honorable member. Maybe you are too upset. You can go and cool down outside. Yes, please go and cool down outside. You come back after you've cooled down so that we can proceed with peace and harmony. Oh, the Honorable Member for Sinda. Honorable Member for Sinda. What is your problem? You are going out, making noise, talking and pointing fingers. Is that in accordance with our standing orders? And when you are sent outside, you complain that you've been sent outside. So, Honorable Member for Sinda, for today, please go and stay home. You will come back on Tuesday. For today, you are out of the house. May we proceed with order? Her Honor the Vice President may proceed.
I was just concluding on this matter that when such a thing happens, if you have no agenda, no political agenda to convince people, please don't use misfortune to sway people to your side. Accidents happen. The members on your left, madam, during their reign, we had accidents. We had deaths involving the motorcade of the president. Who said the president has killed? Can we please stop? Can we please stop? It is not correct. The accident happens, we should all feel bad. But nobody would in their proper mind say, we must go and kill people. The president has a right of way on the road, and he will move. And we pray that no other accident happens. But if it happens, it's an accident just as it is. So colleagues, let us not politicize where there is no need. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Your Honor, the Vice President, welcome back to Vice President's question time. Your Honor, the Vice President, through you, Madam Speaker, the last 2 weeks, headline after headline has been very bad for the UPND government. And actually very, very worrisome, especially that there are some very good policies that the government has been trying to carry out. Some of the headlines, just to refresh your mind, Madam Speaker, through you, we saw board member resigning from ZESCO, citing micromanagement from the board chairman. And this is not just happening at ZESCO, it's happening in many other parastatal companies. You have given these board chairmen so much power that they even control which contracts to be awarded and which payments to be made. We saw the Secretary to Treasury acting on the report, the audit report by the Global Fund, where he stripped off the powers of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health to try and salvage some amount of confidence from the donors. But the one which I want to mention today, which is very worrisome, is what is happening under the Ministry of Energy at the Tazama pipeline. The pipeline, according to the IMF and according to even the government of the UPND, investment was made so that we can have fuel that is cheaper, and millions of taxpayers' money was spent. A very good investment. But here is the problem, Madam Speaker. This pipeline is being controlled by one businessman, Asian by nature, who is central to the UPND government. This is where the problem is. And 99% of the business there is being controlled by him. Now, Madam Speaker, the question is, why is the President not acting on this when the people of Zambia are being disadvantaged? The price of fuel continues to rise. Players on the market who would want to give us cheaper fuel are being denied. Why isn't the government doing anything about it, particularly the President? Or is he under state capture? because that's a state asset. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, the Honorable Member for Kalulush. Your voice is too sharp. You are always shouting at the top of your voice. Honorable Member for Kalulush, I think today you are not willing to sit in the House. Please, can you leave the House? You come back on Tuesday so that we can have some semblance of order. Her Honor the Vice President. And we are talking about 16 days of gender-based violence. And the women are the ones who are violent. That's not acceptable. Can we have some order, please? Can we have some order? Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Kantanshi. Okay.
Can we have some order? I don't know how many presiding officers are in this House. What is happening? Can we have some order? It's very easy to skip this session. We go to the next item. Her Honor the Vice President.
You can even forget the question, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Kantanshi, who starts by saying for 2 weeks there have been very bad headlines. He refers to a member of a board, ZESCO, resigning, and also an action taken by the Secretary to the Treasury on the global funds, believing under the Ministry of Health, is it? Yes. This is, to me, a very good environment. It is showing a very good environment, Honourable. It means nothing is covered. That you start mistransmission. When information is not hidden, it is dealt with one way or the other. It shows that we have people that are able to come out and say this is it, so that everybody can follow what is happening. So to me, when the headlines can go like that without having to shut or close a media institution, it also goes to say that our environment is good for democracy. That is what it means. So these things that are coming to the fore, to the public, are showing us that maybe there is something wrong and we should continue to work on it. What pleases me also is the way you have mentioned the Global Fund, that the ST has had to take some action. It's not just to save face, it's to act, to see that things are corrected. Where things are wrong, they are corrected. Now you dwell on the investment in Tazama, and you have alleged, I'm using the word as understand, because I may not know what you have, that there is only one man, did you say of Asian origin? Asian origin, who is controlling everything in Tazama. If that has been happening, I can tell you, Minister of Energy, we approved an statutory instrument this week to allow participation in Tazama. Maybe because of not seeing some of the things you may mention. So this government is not sitting back to say let one man control who. Now participation is open, there is a statutory instrument. So we have worked on that, sir. We hope we can get those who offer the best for the Zambian people. because you have said the investment, which is true, was to help bring down the price of fuel. We are working on that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, I'm sure by now you are aware that the people of Zambia have made up their mind to kick you out in 2026 because of the poverty you have subjected them to. In agreeing with the Honorable Member for Katombora, the thick report, $60 billion gone under your watch. 13.5 billion gone under your watch. 5.8 billion gone under your watch. That report is there in thick report. Your Honor, the Vice President, when are you going to give us the report of those that are involved in this illicit scandal of getting money from Zambia, taking it outside the country? Are you going to assure us that you will give us the names of those people that are involved before you go in 2026? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honorable Member for Mukushi South, and I can assure him that it is within his right to dream. After all, we all dream. Some dreams are nightmares. Some dreams leave you smiling, but you know. Unfortunately, I think I said it before, when you are projecting something, you must have some indicators. In any projection, you must have some indicators that you are using to say, because of this and this, the end result will be this. So I don't know, Honorable Member for Mukushi, that you are using that will be kicked out in 2026. Yeah. My indicators are very different. Very different.
We are winning by elections.
Very good indicator. Winning by elections. Very good indicator. The way we are handling the drought. Very good indicator. The way the people today, the children are going to school free. Very good indicator. The way we are developing indeed infrastructure, very good. We even feed the children in school, very good. We have reintroduced the bursaries in higher institutions, very good. We now have even social cash transfer enhanced, very good. I can't finish all of them. Very good. Very good. I know, madam, because this is a very fundamental statement that he made, that will be kicked out. Do you intend rigging? We are in charge. You cried rigging. How can people in government start crying rigging? There will be no rigging. There will be no rigging. And we shall win and win very well, because we are looking after our people. We are looking after our people, and we will continue to do that under very difficult circumstances. Many of them, those bad circumstances created by you, Honorable. But we also are aware that some circumstances are beyond our control. So, that is that. Now, when we come with a list of illicit flow and the people that are involved. Are you sure that should be me? Are you sure? I think we discussed the FIC report in here. This, the madam can even declare it tedious repetition. We spent time talking about illicit flow. That, if you read it, there are many suspicious transactions. So I should bring every suspect here. Honorable Mukushi suspected. And then your name, to be cleared, will take a long time. Government is working, is fighting, all these illicit flows, including working on what we have just talked about, ensuring that people are cleared of their tax. Ensuring we are working on revenue collection. We are ensuring that those that are found wanting are prosecuted. That is our role. If those that are prosecuted are found guilty, maybe we can say, give me the names, because they are already public. That would be public knowledge. I can come to say, Honorable Mukushi, convicted. Then I'll have a right. But to talk about people, madam, who are not convicted because there is suspicion, it will not be good for the people's whatever character assassination. It can turn out to be like that. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. The honorable member for Mwembeji.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people in Mwembeshi are actually wondering that land chunks, big chunks of land, over 1,000 hectares of land to the former first president was gotten from Kawena Forest. His cabinet ministers, the former PF, got big chunks. I can name each and every one of them who have gotten land in that Kawena Forest. The people of Mwembeshi want to start farming this year. As you know that you as a government, you are trying to tar that road, that Mwembeshi up to Blue Lagoon. But the people there, they have got spears and they want to fight because the former government, including the president himself, the former president, got big chunks of land. And the people want to go and start farming now. They have got nowhere to do the farming. Madam Vice President, how long are you going to leave these people coming here making noise and their former president also standing on an anthill? Are you not going to blame us, the people of Mwembeshi, if we are going to take the law in our own hands? Because these people, the land which they have gotten is so massive and we don't have anywhere to do our farming. Your Honor, the Vice President, what have you got to say concerning the land which has been gotten from the people of Mwembeshi illegally, and also the road which they are also looking forward to be tarred? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Honorable Member for Mwembeshi. The concern, thank you for first taking note that this government is doing the road to Nampundwe in the next budget, which is 2025. Thank you. This is how concerned we are bringing the road. We are not coming to take land from the people. The last part of your question makes me say the answer is very simple, because you have said they got the land illegally. Just chase them. repeating what the Honorable has said. Council, hear me. The Honorable said they got the land illegally. Do you negotiate with an illegal occupier? Hear the word. I didn't say who got land. If you got land illegally, that's another matter.
Honorable Member for Nkana.
Nkana, if you
please just reduce on your debating while seated. Otherwise, you bring in the issue of the in-law so that you can keep quiet. Honor the Vice President may continue.
Colleagues, is this debatable? If I come and I just sit there, I get your car, then you negotiate with me? Honestly, let us be serious. But if I have bought my car, then you can get it from me? But why should we even debate this, madam? I am answering according to what the Honorable has said, that they got land illegally. Yeah. If you get something illegally, you should just be pushed out. There's no negotiation. But if they got illegally, whether legally was twisted, you have to go through the law and see how land should be given back to the owners. Remember, the issues of land come a long way. When Zambia got independence, do you remember that there were absentee landlords? The people who were colonial masters here had big chunks of land which they claimed as theirs. But they were not using that land. Kaunda, President late Kaunda, may he so rest in peace, had to make up, laws and all those to ensure that land is used. Now, if those people got land illegally, we have sorted out that one. They should just leave. But those who got legally, we have to talk. Do you really want to keep that land which you are not using? I hope they are using that land and producing for the people. But if they got land in Western Province, this one was whispering, they have land in Kazeta, they have land in Rufanyama, they have land in now Mambeshi. I don't know if they have land in Kaputa. What are you doing with all this land? This is greed. That is greed. Can you surrender? Even if you got it legally, you can surrender. Illegality, please, should not be allowed. Get back the land. Minister of Lands, ensure whoever has no papers, you repossess that land. That is the law. But if they got it legally, madam, go through the processes. If they are not using that land, they are Zambians, so that they can also allow other people. We will work within the confines of the law for legal occupiers of land. Illegal ones, criminality out.
Sorry, Your Honor, I just beg your indulgence for one question from a female member of Parliament who has indicated. Please, the Honorable Member for Mwandi. I know we have run out of time, but we need to hear from the women as well.
Madam Speaker, thank you so very much for the privilege given to me to pose a question to Her Honor the Vice President. Madam Vip, good morning. My question is, Madam Vice President, the people of Mwandi, Sesheke, Mulobezi, and Katombola have been very, very worried in regards to the road, the Sesheke, the Nakatindi road. That road has been in a deplorable state for a very, very long time. And our hope, and only hope, has been the coming of the new Dawn government. But up to this time, this road is still in that state. Madam Speaker, Madam Vic, I know you have the people at heart. What assurance do you have for those people that that road will be tied? I submit.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member from Mwandi. Indeed, a very important question from many places, but I think I did mention infrastructure. I do understand that all roads are important. And this particular road, it comes from Chingola to Sesheke. It's very important. Chingola to Sesheke is a very important road connecting all these other constituencies. We are concerned, Madam, and the government is working to see if they can source money as quickly as we can during this time. Don't cry. Go to the minister to just continuously remind him. I also remind him about Kaputa every day. It's a very important road, and we will work as hard as we can to see that roads such as that one can be done, and even others. But others will have to be done after we come back in 2026. Because if we allow others, no road will be done.
Thank you very much. That concludes that segment. We make progress. Presentation of government bills. The Honorable Minister of... Before we proceed, the Honorable Member for Feira. I noticed that you came in a bit late though. So I don't know. What is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, unlike the Minister of Information, I rarely rise on points of order. Madam Speaker, I followed the question and lamentations by Honorable Njamba, MP for Mwembeshi. He made glaring remarks, and making this point of order pursuant to Standing Order 71, where he accused the former president, cabinet ministers, and several other leaders of this country who served this country before this government, and saying that they got land illegally. Madam Speaker, it is a tradition, as you make these glaring remarks, and before you mislead yourself, this House and the country, and even the world at large, he must produce evidence. Does he have any form of evidence? And this is not time for politicking. Can he produce evidence? That is my point of order. I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi is a Member of Parliament for Mwembeshi. I believe he knows what is existing in his constituency. If there is anyone who can talk factually about a constituency, is that particular Member of Parliament from that constituency. So the Honorable Member of Parliament was in order. Order, Honorable Members. I don't know whether this is another point of order. Honorable Member from Pika, what's the point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And Madam Speaker, allow me to start by commending the U.S. Ambassador to Zambia, Michael Gonzalez, for having joined those that are writing.
Order, Honorable Members, we have no authority to speak about other countries when we are on the floor of the House. Just ask your question or raise, actually you are rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, during the Vice President's question time, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kabwata referred to a group of members of what he called a criminal organization. Standing Order number 71, Madam Speaker, commands us to always debate with facts and lay evidence on the table as it were. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Kabwata made such an insinuation without laying any facts on the table that indeed in Zambia there exists a criminal organization. Madam Speaker, is he in order, therefore,
to suggest that in our country we have a criminal organization. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Pika. When her Honor was answering the question, she actually clarified that point, that it was not appropriate to refer to anybody as a criminal organization. So to that extent, the Honorable Member for Kabwata for using the word criminal organization was out of order, and I order the Director Hansard to expunge that word from the records for today's proceedings. Let's make progress, Honorable Members. I'm sure there are no more points of orders. So we go to the next item, presentation. The Honorable Minister of
Bill 29, 2024. The objects of these bills are to A, provide for cybersecurity in the Republic, B, establish the Zambia Cybersecurity Agency and provide for its functions, C, provide for the regulation of cybersecurity service providers, and D, provide for the constitution incident response team and provide for its function. E, provide for the constitution of sectorial cyber incident response teams. F, continue the existing coordination center. Provide protection and restoration of critical information and critical information infrastructure. H, repeal and replace the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act of 2021. And I, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Cybersecurity Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2024.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Media, Information and Communication Technologies. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I present to the House a bill entitled the Cyber Crimes Bill number 30 of 2024. The objects of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to A, provide for offences relating to computers and computer systems, B, provide for the protection of persons against cyber crimes, C, provide for child online protection, and D, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next, the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby present a bill entitled Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Bill number 31 of 2024. The object of this bill is to amend the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Act of 2018 so as to A, revise the functions of the center. B, rename the Office of Director to Director General. C, give effect to the nuclear offenses under the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials, 1979, and the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, 2005. D, redefine targeted financial sanctions. E, provide applicable penalties for legal persons. And F, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2024.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. The Honorable Member for Katombora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Katombora are asking question number 141. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable learned Member of Parliament for Katombora, Honorable Clement Andeleki, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, what measures the government is taking to curb extrajudicial killings of people suspected of practicing witchcraft in Nyawa Chiefdom in Katombora Parliamentary Constituency? And B, what awareness measures are being taken to stop the vice? Madam Speaker, in responding to the questions asked by the Honourable Member of Parliament, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the government is aware of reports regarding extrajudicial killings of individuals suspected of practicing witchcraft in Nyawa Chiefdom, Katombora constituency. Notably, from December 2023 to September 2024, the Zambia Police Service recorded 3 cases in which 3 persons were allegedly killed on suspicion of practicing witchcraft. The cases were reported at Kalomo Police Station. To curb extrajudicial killings of people suspected of practicing witchcraft in Nyawa Chiefdom, the government has put in place the following measures. 1. Enhanced investigations in all the 3 cases, leading to the arrest of 3 suspects in one of the cases. Investigations into the other 2 cases have continued. 2. Deployment of police officers in disturbed areas to work closely with community members. 3. The Zambia Police Service has been conducting sensitization programs through the Voice of Kalomo and Namyanga radio station, encouraging members of the community to use appropriate channels when they are aggrieved, as opposed to taking the law into their own hands. 4. Establishment of community crime prevention units in the chiefdom. And 5. Enhanced collaboration with community crime prevention unit officers and traditional leadership. B. The awareness measures taken include engaging through meetings with community leaders, including civic leaders, chiefs, and headmen, to raise awareness and educate the public on the need to maintain law and order and uphold human rights. 2. Using local radio stations to, among others, increase sensitization on personal security and the implications of committing extrajudicial killings. And 3, holding community meetings to advise community members not to rely on diviners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Katombora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister, for the statement. Katombora constituency this year, where we are, we have lost 12 people altogether through extrajudicial killings, which is a very huge number. Does your ministry, Honourable Minister, has plans to put up permanent police infrastructure in Katombora constituency, particularly in Chief Nyawa and Chief Msokotwani? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to assure my colleague that Nyawa chiefdom is one of the chiefdoms where we intend to put up police posts in the coming year.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the response. Honorable Minister, in your statement you mentioned that 3 extrajudicial killings happened, while the Honorable Member for Katombora has mentioned 12, which is a concern. 12 number is quite big. In your sensitization programs that you are carrying out, amongst which you stated, Honorable Minister, since you have not mentioned how these deaths were executed, either by spearing or guns, are you not also considering to declare an amnesty for those who are holding illegal firearms so that they can surrender them to the ministry? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate the question that has been raised by my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ron. We are going to issue a statement extending the amnesty. The amnesty has been running for quite some time. Unfortunately, the response has not been to our expectations. So we'll be extending the amnesty and also assure members of the public that no one is going to be prosecuted during that particular period.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Katombora, no other questions? So we make progress, or you have a question?
Question, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the assurance that we have police presence in our constituency. We thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honourable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 142.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member of Bahati is asking the Minister of Energy a question in 3 parts. In A, how many independent power producers had applied to set up hydro power stations on the Luapula River and other parts of the country as of August 2024? In B, Madam Speaker, how many applications were successful as of the same date? In C, how many potential sites for hydropower are on the Luapula River and other rivers across the country? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. As of August 2024, 7 independent power producers expressed interest to participate in the development of hydroelectric power projects on the Luapula River. Additionally, over 200 independent power producers have expressed interest to participate in the development of power projects across the country. In B, Madam Speaker, there are no successful applicants among the IPPs that have applied to set up hydropower station on the Luapula River because it is not yet operationalized. Zambia and Democratic Republic of Congo are on a shared river course, and the 2 national utility companies, ZESCO and SNEO, are currently developing an implementation framework for the projects. Therefore, parties that have expressed interest to develop projects on the river shall be informed accordingly once this framework is finalized. And C, Madam Speaker, there are 5 main sites on the Luapula River that have been identified jointly by the 2 governments of Zambia and Democratic Republic of Congo. In addition to the over 60 locations across the country that have been identified for the generation of hydroelectric power, development activities for these sites are at various levels of progress, which include negotiations for power purchase agreement and other approval from regulatory agencies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Madam Speaker, in this question, the people of Bahati are simply trying to help government to find a solution to the power deficit. And Madam Speaker, in my opinion, I think the solution is on the Luapula River. Madam Speaker, we have a number of sites, like the Minister alluded to. I think these sites have more than 1,000 megawatts potential for hydropower projects. Minister, ZESCO owns the site at Mombotuta, which is on the Luapula River, Madam Speaker, in Milenge district. And it also owns another site on the Kalungwishi, one of the tributaries for the Luapula River. And ZESCO has been trying to develop these 2 power projects for a long time, Madam Speaker. So, Minister, don't you think it would be prudent for ZESCO to let go of some of these sites and give them to IPPs? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, the whole reason why we are trying to look to all potential sites to increase or to address the challenge the country is facing in the power deficit. And Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that through such, this government has decided to even change policies that allows independent power producers to use the policies that have been created. And a lot of policies and also facilitation that is coming from the government to make sure that independent producers are given such kind of support to start participating in the energy sector. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from my information that I've gathered so far, there are 5 sites on the Luapula River. So there's Mambilima 1, which has potential for 136 megawatts minimum. Mambilima 2, 300 megawatts. Mambilima 3, 190. Mombututa 300 megawatts 1. And the second site 190 megawatts, Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, out of these 5 sites, is the Minister able to inform the public, because we are discussing IPPs and what should happen, is the Minister able to inform this August House which sites will be left for Zambians to participate? Because you know, Madam Speaker, we have so many investors that will be willing to undertake investment in developing these hydro sites. But which ones is government considering reserving for Zambians to own? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, we have these 5 sites that have been identified. Like I stated in my first response, is that these are the sites that we are putting up a framework together with the government of Republic of Congo. And arising from this number, which I have stated, Madam Speaker, this is the more reason why I was saying that the policies that we have formulated allows participation of the private players. But of course, Madam Speaker, we pay attention to our local investors who are also participating in the energy sector. So to these sites that have been identified, we are also trying to see how we can support our local investors to participate in the energy. I wouldn't, for me, we are trying to promote the open access policy for everyone to participate, to allow competition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for your responses. Madam Speaker, the Minister has just assured us that it is government policy to ensure that they support independent producers, particularly Zambians. Now, I'm aware that there is a company Zambian-owned, Luapula Hydro, that has been on site, and actually ZESCO, not only did they remove them from there, but also got title deeds. And in view of what is saying, that they are supporting, and this before 2021. And I want to understand, why did you remove that company? And in fact, we need to be seen to be supporting production along the Luapula River, instead of to draw water from the Luapula into the Kafue River, like the Minister of Local Government and Housing, before he became Minister, what he was talking about in the river. Why did, through this, already on site, and as, by the way, Zambia did not start in 2021. So all programs that have been going on, why just, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Member. You know, like I stated, Madam Speaker, that there are a lot of factors that have been affecting the developers, those who were interested to invest in the energy sector. There are a number of issues that this government is trying to put in place. Now, arising from the concern the Honourable Member has mentioned, this government is looking at how we can resolve such matters, because there are also issues of water rights. There are other people who had, the land rights. So all these issues, we are trying to make sure that we sit down and make sure that the issues are resolved, and try to see how we can create the environment for our local investors. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Bahati for bringing this very important question, and the Honourable Minister of Energy for his responses. Madam Speaker, the feasibility study to do a hydro power station on the Luapula River was done in 1977 by Watermere and Meck and Macmillan, some British companies. So it shows that this is an issue that has been there for so many years now. Honourable Minister, you have mentioned that ZESCO is developing a framework with regards to independent power producers with its counterpart company in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Honourable Minister, I would like to find out what are the agreed timelines to conclude the development of this framework. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the feasibility studies were done in 1977. I want to believe that the Honourable Member actually was not even yet born. Madam Speaker,
This is the more reason why this administration is working hard to address those challenges that the energy sector was facing, not to enhance this kind of development. And indeed, this government has agreed with the Republic of Congo that by December 2026, we'll be able to finalize this program. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my question has been answered because I wanted to find out whether they have attached the timeline for discussion with the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since your question has been answered, the Honorable Member for Kaumbo will be next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the Luapula River has potential of 1,116 megawatts of hydropower. Looking at the challenges that the country has been facing due to drought, our efforts are being directed towards mixed energy generation such as solar, wind, biomass and the rest. In your analysis of this development of power station in the Luapula River, and you focusing on asking these IPPs to develop other alternative energy sources beside the hydropower, because we have learned bitter lessons on hydropower production of electricity in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, there is work in progress. These IPPs are also venturing into other alternative sources of energy, such as solar, like he has mentioned. Already we have got these IPPs who have already started implementing in the solar energy. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you have seen a number of commissions that have been commissioning. It has been supported by some of the IPPs. I thank you. The recent one, Madam Speaker, was in Chama. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister a follow-up question.
Order. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Except by the bell.
Thank you very much for still watching Parliament Television. The House has taken a 20 minutes health break and business will resume at 11 hours. First, we look at what has been discussed so far on the floor of the House from the time the House started sitting at 9 hours.
Business did begin by Madam Speaker making a ruling and an announcement. And in that announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of Mrs. Mina Mumba Mwansa, Vice Treasurer of the United Party for National Development, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitor to the National Assembly of Zambia.
And after that announcement, there was a ruling by the Honorable Madam Speaker on a point of order raised on Tuesday, 12th November 2024 by Honorable M. Kainde, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Security, against Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi constituency, for using a derogatory term whilst pointing a finger at members of Parliament on the right. And the details will be given to you later.
After that ruling, the House did proceed to consider Her Honor the Vice President, but just before that, we also saw 3 members of Parliament raising urgent matters without notice, and that followed by the 45 minutes allocated to members of Parliament to ask questions without notice to Her Honor the Vice President.
And after Her Honor the Vice President's question time, there was presentation of government bills. There was the Minister of Technology and Science, presented the Cyber Security Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2024. And the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security also presented the Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, and also the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2024.
At the moment, just before the suspension of business for that 20 minutes health break, the House was considering question that's question 107, which came from Mr. Chiwombwe Bahati, Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Energy. And at the time business was interrupted for that 20 minutes health break, the Member of Parliament for Lukasha was about to ask a point of clarification from the Minister of Energy. So when business resumes, the member will continue. Pauline, let's quickly look at what else is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. We do have notice of motion.
Yes, we have a motion to be moved by Chasefu, Member of Parliament, and this is to urge the House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, from 3rd to 8th November 2024 for the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 27th November 2024, and this motion is expected to be seconded by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungando.
We do have 4 money bills, and these are coming at various stages. 3 of them are coming at a report stage, and 1 at second reading stage. And the appropriation bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2024, is coming at second reading stage, and the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 22 of 2024. This one is coming at report stage.
Yes, and just now we take a break. We come back just before the beginning of the next session of the meeting, so at 11 hours. For now, we'll say sit back and relax.
Assembly of Zambia, in conjunction with the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum SADC PF, will host the 56th Plenary Assembly session from the 8th to 15th December 2024 at the Radisson Blu Mosotunya Resort in Livingstone, under the theme Leveraging Technology and Innovation for Smart, Inclusive and Responsive Parliaments in the SADC region. SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body comprising 15 national parliaments of SADC member states, namely Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, the Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Remember, it's from the 8th to 15th December 2024 at the Radisson Blu Mosotunya Resort in Livingstone, the tourist capital.
Okay, my name is Chipoka Mlenga. I'm Member of Parliament for the constituency under the United Party for National. I am currently working as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. President Hakainde Hichilema was gracious enough to give me the opportunity to serve the Zambian people as Minister in Commerce, Trade and Industry. And under his leadership and mentorship, I am learning quite a lot of things to serve the Zambian people to the best of my ability within the given time and the given resources. I have been married for the past 16 years to a young lady that I met at university, at the Commonwealth University, Likonge Makai. She is an electrical engineer. She's been a very, very good source of encouragement to myself in many, many other spheres and aspects of life. Together, God has blessed us with twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 14 years old. And I am born from Mr. and Mrs. Mlenga. My father is Aston Chilufya Mlenga, my mother is Monica Mlenga, and from 7 children, I'm the 5th, 2 girls and 5 boys, of which I am the 5th one. Before joining politics, I worked in my private life. When I just graduated from university, I joined the local government, Mufulira Municipal Council, where I worked as a management trainee, or should I say an intern, for some time barely 3-4 months before I joined Chingola Copper Mines from 2006 until 2021 when I left the mining industry. And I worked in the mining industry serving many different portfolios until such a time when my affiliation into politics, you know how the past government was quite oppressive and very vengeful in many different ways to people that were perceived to be against them. And indeed, I spoke so much loudly against the tyranny rule of the past government, the injustices that we saw, the uneven distribution of wealth among the general public, among many other things. So deliberately, after being incited by some non-members of parliament then, 12 of them, I was declared redundant. Graciously, gladly, I left. I walked away in 2021, and I will be very clear and glad that through my media engagements on radio and TV, President Hakainde Hichilema identified me. And then I was given a chance to contest the seat under the UPND because I was coming in from the alliance to work together, and that is a decision I have never regretted. Well, my constituency is a very cosmopolitan constituency in terms of creed, ethnicity and religion. You know, it has got rural communities, it has got peri-urban, and it has got urban communities. It is the biggest in population constituency on the Copper Belt. It has got a registered number of almost 100,000 people. It is in the 90,000, almost 100,000 registered number of voters, and I'm very optimistic that in the coming elections it will be even more. So this is an election that you really have to pay particular attention to the needs of the people, because the needs that are in a certain ward are different from the needs in a different one. So you have to pay particular attention to the needs of each constituent ward and give development based on their customized needs. And it has been made easy to provide this development by the enhanced CDF by the President that he has given us, which is being released on a timely basis. I can assure you that I've got 18 wards in my constituency, and in these wards, the needs in Chingola Central are different from the needs in Ipafu, Mudenda, Chabanyama and other places. So others are asking for boreholes to get decent water facilities. Others are asking for market as trading places, and we are giving them. Others are asking for crossing points in terms of bridges. Others are asking for road networks. But within the resources we have and the time frame we have, we are able now to provide these facilities. Obviously, as resources are coming on board within the given year that we are doing, but definitely we are reaching out. So it's an amazing one. And one thing that I can tell you about my constituency, it has got more of women and youth. So our youths are very dynamic in their needs. So this is something that, as Member of Parliament, it's not also just as easy as it may be perceived, because the needs of the youth are different and they change given time that evolves as every day passes. So I also have to pay particular attention to their needs and see how we don't leave them behind. In the past, youths could just be called cadres, but I'm very happy that we cadres now are not just seen as cadres. Because of the enhanced CDF and how the financing system has come in this country, we the cadres are part of the value chain in development. We are given opportunities not only to line the streets and wait for members of parliament to give us kwachas and coins. We are beginning to participate in the project that CDF is providing, but contribute and also be engaged in educational facilities like the grants that are being given for training plumbers, teachers and many other people. So I'm very excited that as dynamic as it may be, as cosmopolitan as it may be, it has given me an opportunity to understand people in depth and learn management skills. But definitely a lot of insight is coming in, even from the President himself, and I engage a lot the Provincial Minister, Honorable Matambo, who has spent a lot of time in many different places, and we talk a lot and learning from one another, and he's been very supportive. We have to believe in the system. And collectively as a team, we will achieve. We have to understand that we used to struggle in the past. Just to get water to run from a borehole that was sunk by government at Chwempala was something that was never heard of. Today we have done it. We are talking about Munsenga, which had a health facility which was running from 7 o'clock to 14 hours. Now with enhanced CDF, we are putting up a mortuary and a maternity wing facility where our women can receive decent health maternity facilities, among many other things. So all I can tell the people of my constituency is let's keep engaging. Even from the criticism that is coming on board, we are drawing lessons, and collectively we will do something that will change our living standards. Look at Fipuya Bridge. It is always a river when it rains and people cannot cross to the other side. Others who have to, our women have to undress, our young boys have to be swept away just to move into those facilities. But we are going to put up a state-of-the-art bridge where 2 cars can cross past each other. Trucks that are carrying food and farming input can cross. We are going to do this together, and we are not going to leave anyone behind. So my message to the people of Chingola constituency, starting from Munsenga all the way to Chwempala up to Mudenda, we will march together, we will do and implement our projects together. I am very excited that when we look at our councillors, they are coming on together and we decide which projects we are going to do in each ward and how we are going to implement it. Thanks even to the commitment from the town clerk. And her directors, they are very much equal to the task, getting development to the people as and when the development has to be provided. So I would just want to offer my support to the council, to the mayor and his team, and ultimately the people that gave us the mandate to serve them. So collectively the UPND is going to deliver in Chingola constituency and beyond many other places that we are residing in. Thank you very much.
Zambia will this year be commemorating the World AIDS Day under the theme, Take the Right Path. In collaboration with the National HIV/AIDS, STI, TB Cancer Zambia, we share some inspiring stories of individuals living with HIV/AIDS, highlighting their stories on how they've lived with HIV/AIDS in their communities. I met up with John Moyer, a medical student at Apex University. John is living with HIV/AIDS, and John has chosen to share his story with us.
I was young, I didn't know about my status or everything that was happening. That was 14th November 2005. Before that, I struggled with a number of underlying illnesses. I was taken to different areas in search of support and help, different clinics. Parents, whenever they heard of this help can work to cure this illness, I took that. Prayers, we went to different prayers just in search of help. But 14th November, that's when I was taken at the hospital and I was tested HIV positive. Not only was I tested HIV positive, I had quite a number of illnesses, confirmed TB, I had confirmed sores all over my body. I had an abnormal abdomen. I was musculoskeletal. I had diarrhea for more than 14 days, and you can just imagine how sick I was and how difficult it was even for the family.
Stigma and discrimination have been a major obstacle for people living with HIV/AIDS. But how has it been with John?
I struggled with stigma and discrimination from friends. Oftentimes, when you recall, in the early 2000s, the moment they see anyone with pale hair, sores all over their body, maybe they look weak, what comes in mind is, this is AIDS. And oftentimes my friend would tell me, when you were you're walking dead. And it was very, very challenging, but my source of support and help was my family, because all the time I received negative feedback from my friends. I think I was able to confide in them.
John also gets to share how he managed to access his medication.
Initially, I was tested on the 14th of November, but I was not initiated on the very day because I was diagnosed with TB. Because I had an abnormal abdomen, they suspected me to have a liver disease. So because of all those investigations that were being conducted, I was told I can't be initiated on antiretroviral drugs. Not until 2 weeks later when I was initiated. So access to antiretroviral drugs, it was very challenging in those days, because this is when now people were learning about the HIV status. Not only that, the hospital was crowded. You'd go at the hospital maybe at 7, you're coming back home maybe in the late afternoons. So it was really a challenge by then. But when you talk about antiretroviral access, it was available. Pill burden was one of the major challenges. In my case, not only was I taking ARV drugs, I was taking, I think, more than 2 tablets a day. Not only was I taking ARV drugs, I was also taking TB medication and other medication because of the other illnesses that I had. So pill burden was indeed a challenge, and at some point I just felt tired. You know, every day you're given this medication to take, and questions like, why me? Why do I have to go through this process? Every time you have to take this, and at that time side effects were visible. You would have these weird dreams and so forth. So I really struggled with that. And at some point I used to tell my family about that, and at some point I even started missing medication without them knowing. But at some point they learned that I was not taking my medication, and they decided to report at the hospital. And I sat down with the counselors and the nurses, and they were able to guide me, and I was recruited in what we call a support group, a group of young people of my age that were also living with HIV. And this was one of the other support systems that I had, because oftentimes we would have meetings, we could encourage each other, and we could talk about facts regarding HIV.
Despite the
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. As Zambia joins the rest of the world in commemorating World AIDS Day, Parliament Television, Parliament Radio continue bringing you programs related to HIV and AIDS, and sharing some stories. When business was of energy, and that's question 142, and it was the member of Lukasha who was about to ask a follow-up question seeking clarity from the Minister of Energy. So when business resumes, the member will continue asking the question.
Ms. President, we still have 2 more questions to be considered understanding on. We cross back to the floor of the House. Bells are still ringing, symbolizing that a quorum is yet to be formed, and it is a requirement that 1/3 of the members of Parliament have to be present in the House for business to continue. And in this case, the bells are ringing for the members to come back to the House. And we continue looking at what is yet to come on the floor of the House for discussion. We have 2 more questions to be considered, understanding order number 80. And one of the questions is coming from Mr. Hamwata, Member of Parliament for Pemba. And he is directing his question to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. And in the first part of the question, he wants to find out why the 10 boreholes that were earmarked for sinking in 2022 in Pemba parliamentary constituency had not been sunk as of August 2024, and part B of the question, when the boreholes will be sunk, and part C, what the estimated cost of the project is.
The other question is question 144, which will come from Ms. Nakaponda, and she's been joining us via Zoom from the time business resumed at 09 hours. Expect to ask the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock when the construction of the following infrastructure in Sansamwengwa Ward in Isoko Parliamentary constituency will be completed: an office block, a deep tank, staff houses, and a veterinary clinic. What the cause of the delay in completing the project is,
and what the cost of the outstanding works on each project is. So that's question 144 expected to be asked by Ms. Nakaponda, who is Isoka Member of Parliament. And we have 4 bills. These are money bills. The mobile money transaction levy bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024 is expected to be considered at report stage, and the property transfer tax amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2024, coming up at report stage. Seems we do have a quorum now. Business has to resume.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 142 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Bahati, and the Honorable Member for Lukasha was about to ask a supplementary question. May the Honorable Member continue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, alongside the implementation of hydropower potential on Luapula River, there has been discussion on the creation of the Luapula River Authority between the DRC and the Republic of Zambia, which has a direct bearing on the use of water rights on this river. I just wanted to find out at what stage have we reached in implementing this important authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, these are the few things that I did mention in my first response, that the framework is being developed, and also there are a number of consultations that are going on. And indeed, for our projects to move forward, we need to have Zambia, Congo authorities for the progress of this project that I have just mentioned. So, Mr. Speaker, there is progress in working and consultations are on. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity through you, Honorable Speaker, to thank the Honorable Minister for Energy, who just launched a solar mini grid in Chama South constituency, Manga area, last Saturday. Honorable Minister, thank you. It's glad that you came. My point of clarification, Honorable Minister, climate change is real. Hydropower has already proved to be problematic. As much as we can be, Honorable Speaker, advocating for more hydropower along the Luapula Basin, we have no guarantee that in the near future, even that area will not be affected. Are you considering, as a ministry, an option of putting up particularly coal-powered plants, considering that this country has a lot of coal, including Chama, in almost all the provinces, coal-powered plants owned by ZESCO or owned by the state? I don't mean private investment in this case. Do you have such an option? I submit, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, this country has got enough coal that can be used to produce power. But, Mr. Speaker, like I stated that as a country, as an administration, we have opted to change the policies, such as first policy is to make sure that we create an environment which is conducive for private players. The mandate of the government is to make sure that we put proper environment that attracts investment from the private players. And also, the use of coal, we are also moving with the latest technology that is supporting the climate
effects. That do not also worsen the situation. So as government, we have not yet put plans to own plants to produce power using coal. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, getting your responses, intention of you, your pronouncement of drawing water from the Luapula Basin is not among your ideas, because that has been a concern of our people in Luapula Province. But may I know whether you also intend to let those sites that belong to ZESCO, where ZESCO had intention to go and install their power generation plants, will be given to the private developers? I would want to get your clarification on that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, we are making sure that whatever belongs to ZESCO, we can either go into joint partnership, private and ZESCO, to generate this power. Because the whole essence, Mr. Speaker, is to address the challenge the energy sector is facing in terms of generating power. So there are a number of factors, Honourable Member, we are trying to look at and to see the potential, and we have to make sure that ZESCO bounces back, because I'm sure all of us, we are aware that the banking sheet for ZESCO was in a very, very terrible situation. So, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a number of factors that can promote and improve the investment in the energy sector. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, Honourable Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, as you were explaining about independent power producers and ZESCO, I wanted to find out, in line with what my colleague was asking on coal, whether you're going to, have companies that are going to invest in coal. There is Zambia Electricity Company under IDC. I don't know if you're aware of it. There is Zambia Electricity Company, registered under IDC, which ideally is supposed to also invest in power production. I wanted to find out where does it stand now in terms of the energy mix it will be probably carrying out to produce electricity, and add, instead of being an independent power producer, but also as a vehicle that can support government to produce power. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get the question correctly. If he can repeat, the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about another company because the Minister was referring to ZESCO and the poor state of its balance sheet. But I realized that there is Zambia Electricity Company under IDC. And why I thought about it was what mode of power generation it will carry out based on what my colleague was talking about in terms of coal, the usage of coal. Because right now there's only one company called Mamba Collieries, which is an independent power producer using coal to produce power. But then we have also got, as a government, Zambia Electricity Company, registered under IDC. That's what I wanted to find out.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have that company under ICD. The point I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that all these issues are being put in place to make sure that we are trying to consider in the energy mix, which is some of these issues, Mr. Speaker, are being seen. This is where we have picked up on the solar investment. We are also trying to consider wind. We are also trying to consider biogas. So all these are being put in place in order to address the challenge the energy sector is facing. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, ZESCO recently acquired a site on the Kalungwishi River. This is just in mainland Zambia. It's not on the border. It's not shared with any other country. So would you be kind enough to inform this House and the nation at large when ZESCO will move to site on the Kalungwishi River? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, Kalungwishi project, there is work in progress. There were a number of hindrances that were affecting the project, and there are consultations that are going on, and we are resolving those hindrances. And as soon as we conclude on the few hindrances that were affecting this project, the project will resume. And I expect this to happen in the next year period, and we will be able to see some progress at Kalungwishi project. And also, Mr. Speaker, maybe I take this opportunity also to give caution. As you know that currently, Mr. Speaker, we are facing power deficit, and a lot of people are using petroleum products to generate power. And there's this tendency that has come to my attention, where filling stations are demanding 10,000 to the people who are using jerry cans on the filling station, because this can also contribute to a number of challenges affecting our citizens. I think they must refrain from such kind of charges unnecessarily. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next question, the Honourable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much. Question 143 on behalf of the good people of Pemba constituency.
The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Mr. Speaker, Honourable Hamata asked the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, A, why the 10 boreholes that were earmarked for sinking in 2022 in Pemba Parliamentary constituency had not been sunk in August 2024, B, when the boreholes will be sunk, and C, what the estimated cost of the project is. In response to the question asked by Honourable Amwata, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Pemba constituency, I wish to inform this House as follows. A, the Ministry signed a contract with Fine Corp Zambia Limited in September 2022 for a period of 12 months. The scope of works involve drilling and of hand pumps. Mr. Speaker, 9 out of 10 boreholes were for payment through low quality and yield. This was after the necessary pump testing. The remaining borehole will be included under the 2025 annual work plan. And Mr. Speaker, the total cost for the 10 boreholes is 787,117. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any supplementary question? The Honourable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister, for the response given. Honourable Minister, you are indicating that the good people of Pemba constituency will receive water according to the budget for 2025. Now, my question is, the amount of work that you still have for Pemba in terms of water. You may agree with me that, Honorable Minister, your ministry for upgrade and new to be constructed, and 4 sanitation water facilities for 2024. While you still have some work to be done that was supposed to have been done in 2022 in terms of rehabilitation, 8 were done, and of course we are talking of 7 that were not done. That is another workload that you still have for the good of people of Pemba, plus the 9 boreholes that still need to be drilled. Looking at this amount of work and where we are coming from, how do you assure the good people of Pemba that all these works will be done in 2025, if they were not done in 2022 when we had few? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that important question. And just to agree with the Honorable Member that there's a lot of work we have to do in Pemba. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that a few months back when I came on the floor of this House, we stated clearly that Pemba was one of the areas which was very, very affected. And in Pemba, the underground water levels had gone so low. The reservoir which was supplying water to Pemba was also significantly affected. Actually, it had dried up. Mr. Speaker, we compared notes with the Member of Parliament on the numbers and on the promises we made. And I can confirm that in 2022, there was a promise of 10 boreholes, 2 new ones, 8 rehabilitated. I want to confirm that all of these were done except 1. In 2023, there was a plan to do 15 boreholes, that's rehabilitation, and all of them were done. There are new boreholes which are coming up, where we're doing some procurements where we think that Pemba will also benefit again. But I know that the demand from all members of Parliament for these boreholes is quite high, and I'm also aware that there were a lot of promises which were made. What we are doing as a ministry is to collect all this data so that members of Parliament are informed and updated very, very clearly what they should be expecting. Because there is a lot of mismatch between what members have as promises and what they've told our people and what is basically going to come. So I think we need to synchronize these together so that we inform our people correctly. Mr. Speaker, further, I'm also glad to inform you that other than the few things we have done, I think the new boreholes as well as the old boreholes rehabilitation, Pemba also benefited in a commercial borehole when the river, in fact 2 commercial boreholes when the reservoirs dried up. But I want to assure the people of Pemba through the Member of Parliament that we work very, very closely together to ensure that we mitigate the negative effects of this climate change which has resulted in water stress in Pemba. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Next question, the Honorable Member for Isoka. Absent. The question lapses. Notice of motion, the Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the good people of Chasefu to move a motion. But before I do so, I want to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that today I woke up to good news. In Chasefu from 03 hours until this time, it's been raining heavily. And I pray that it continues like that. This is very important for the country and for the hardworking people of Chasefu. And I was asking myself, Mr. Speaker, that in future we should stop politicking with nature. When we had a drought, people were accusing our hardworking president to be the causer.
Now, I want to hear them if they are going to say the same, if God blesses us with good rains. But we must be decent in our politics. I want to appeal to those to desist. We look at that which works well for the country. Permit me to go ahead with my motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, from 3rd to 8th November 2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 27th November 2024. Mr. Speaker, the report is being presented to the House pursuant to Standing Order 154 of the 2024 National Assembly
Honorable Member,
Standing Orders.
You are too fast. You are too fast. Is your motion seconded?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the motion is seconded.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama South. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Zambia delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia from 3rd to 8th November 2024. For the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 27th November 2024. Any debate? The Honourable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much for the guidance. Keep quiet when the wise are speaking.
The Honourable Member for Mpika. Avoid debating while he is seated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia from 3rd to 8th November 2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 27th November 2024. Mr. Speaker, this report is being presented to the House pursuant to Standing Order 154 of the 2024 National Assembly Standing Orders. Allow me to begin by acquainting the House that the Right Honourable Speaker led a delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, South Wales, Australia from 3rd to 8th November 2024. As the report of this undertaking was tabled on Wednesday, 27th November 2024, it is my expectation that honourable members have had the opportunity to read the report, and as such, I will only highlight some of the salient features contained herein. Mr. Speaker, the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference was held under the theme Engage, Empower, Sustain, Charting the Course for Resilient Democracy. End of quote. In the margins of the conference, several other conferences and meetings were held, including the 40th CPA Small Branches Conference, 80th Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Conference, CWP, meetings of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities, CPWD Network, governance meetings of the CPA Executive Committee, the 50th Society of Clerks at the Table, SOCAT, meeting, and the 2024 CPA General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, during the 2024 CPA General Assembly, CPA members elected the Member of Parliament for Lukulu constituency, Dr. Christopher Kalila, as chairperson of the CPA Executive Committee. For a period, for a 3-year term. This makes Dr. Kalila the executive head of the CPA with a membership of more than 180 legislatures. During his term, Dr. Kalila will work with the CPA Secretary General and the CPA Headquarters Secretariat in London to lead the association and to chair the CPA Executive Committee. The two other candidates in this election were Dr. Zainab Gimba, member of the Nigerian House of Representatives, and Honorable Arthur E. Hoda, MP, Speaker of the House of Assemblies of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a thunderous, hearty congratulations to Dr. Kalila MP for this great achievement. Indeed, the Honorable Member has contributed considerably in raising the profile of the National Assembly and the nation at large on the global stage. It is also worth noting that since the establishment of CPA in 1911, Dr. Kalila MP is the 5th African and the 2nd Zambian to be elected as CPA chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the General Assembly also made other important decisions, including welcoming the work undertaken to enable the CPA to create a non-charitable organization and the passage of the CPA status bill in the UK Parliament to legislate to recognize the CPA as an international interparliamentary organization. In the same vein, allow me to acquaint this House, that the process of changing the CPA's legal status from a charity registered under the British law to an international interparliamentary organization at an advanced stage. The bill addressing this change of status has already passed through the House of Lords and has passed the second reading in the House of Commons in the UK Parliament. Commonwealth parliamentarians have pursued this change of legal status, Mr. Speaker, for about 30 years, and we are very expectant that the issue will be finalized in the soonest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the 67th CPC also addressed various topical issues, including the use of artificial intelligence, AI, in parliamentary processes. While some parliaments, such as that of Brazil, are making headway in the use of AI, a number of CPA member parliaments are just beginning to navigate how to incorporate AI in parliamentary work. Mr. Speaker, it is pleasing to note that our Parliament has begun navigating to use of AI with the first training in AI having been held on 27th November 2024. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank all the members and staff who contributed. I read that again, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, allow me to thank all members and staff who constituted the delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference for their commitment, diligence, and hard work in the execution of their duties throughout the conference. May I also, on behalf of the delegation, place on record our gratitude to the office of the Right Honourable Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for facilitating our participation in the conference. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chama South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary
There is a point of order.
Conference.
The Honourable Minister of Local Government, is there a point of order? All right, okay, thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Member for Chama South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by commending the mover of the motion for the articulate manner in which he has moved the motion. I further wish to extend my congratulations to Dr. Christopher Kalila MP for winning the highly competitive election for the position of the CPA chairperson of the Executive Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kalila won this election after a rerun. Honorable Kalila, congratulations. Honorable Speaker, Zambia's voice is getting louder on the global stage, as you may be aware. Indeed, as His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema says, Zambia is getting into the Champions League. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Kalila's duties include being the official spokesperson of the CPA and providing policy guidance to the Secretary General and subcommittees of the Executive Committee. Achievements such as this one are positioning Zambia as a significant voice in global affairs. With such achievements, we are inspiring confidence in the international community that Zambia can be on global issues, make sound contributions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to urge this House and the nation at large to leverage this position that has come to Zambia. We need to ensure that we drive significant benefits in the 3 years that Dr. Kalila will serve as a CPA chairperson, and one of the avenues is by leveraging parliamentary diplomacy to achieve economic gains. Mr. Speaker, may I add my voice to the emergence of integration of artificial intelligence in parliamentary processes. This phenomenon is something novel to Parliament, and as evidenced by the discussions in the workshop on AI during the 67th CPA conference. Many parliaments, Mr. Speaker, are only beginning to explore the possibility of incorporating AI in parliamentary work. As ably highlighted by the mover of the motion, it is imperative that our Parliament moves with the times by exploring this possibility. May I also state that it is indeed gratifying to note that so have begun with the first AI training for members and senior staff being held on Wednesday, 27th November 2024. I noted that participation from members was quite low and would therefore like to take this opportunity to encourage many, or if not all colleagues, to take this emerging issue seriously and to turn up for the next training. Honorable Speaker, sir, it should also be noted that while navigating the use of AI in our Parliament, care should be taken as there is a downside to the use of AI, much as there are several benefits to its use. Some threats to the use of AI include the inclusion of bias and fake news in AI-produced analysis, leaks of private and sensitive information, and the risk of hacking of AI systems by bad actors. Another topic to note that was deliberated at the 67th CPC was the use of strengthening of Parliament. Workshops focused on discussions around how the Commonwealth could explore benchmarking tools, standards, and to improve good governance and strengthen parliamentary institutions. It was learned that since 2006, the CPA had developed 132 benchmarks and that 30 legislatures have undertaken assessment since the benchmarks were updated in 2018. Mr. Speaker, with the help of CPA Secretariat, Parliament can undertake assessments using the benchmarks in order to improve good governance, there's recommendations which present an opportunity for self-reflection for parliaments and serve as a role that consideration should be made for the National Assembly to conduct a self-assessment using CPA democratic benchmarks. Parliament in regard to good, how strong an institution our Parliament is. The report on the assessment will then help us to make improvements where necessary. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Lunte.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank you for the opportunity. News first broke for the election of Dr. Kalila. Many good. This is the good day to say congratulations because the were elected the process of adoption today. Dr. Kalila, you deserve every good thing that parliamentary service can offer a good parliamentarian. Congratulations, and I wish you all the very best and God's blessings for the future. Mr. Speaker, let me make a contribution as we adopt and support the adoption of this. At 4.3, violence and parliamentarians, a case from the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, Commonwealth realizes that parliamentarians are abused. Context to I have to tell you that in my own constituency, a policeman told me to stop my meeting. Speaker, I have to remind a member of parliament having a PF he was being abused by the DC and everybody else. Sir, this is the abuse which I am talking about. But let me highlight to you what parliamentarians are meant to do. Parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, are meant to represent their people, to do so. Consent. The way you can get consent from your people is by meeting them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians come here to pass these motions, to enact laws for the people. Parliamentarians come here to offer oversight on the executive arm of government. Mr. Speaker, do you know what can happen if parliamentarians are stopped from doing their functions or performing their functions as a result of abuse and threats of violence? Mr. Speaker, in Zambia, I'll tell you, in Zambia you can have a big problem because the bad governance which is going on right now cannot be exposed to the people. Mr. Speaker, you will realize that even corruption which took place in the procurement of 50 metric tons of fertilizer would have not been highlighted if parliamentarians are stopped from making...
Member, there is a point of order. Chingola.
To start saying there on the floor of this August House, when the people of Zambia are that there is bad governance, realizing what used to happen under the PF. The Speaker is in order to even suggest that a member of parliament can be immune if he ran into the precincts of this house. Is he in order to say what he's saying, Mr. Speaker? That there is bad governance in this particular... Is he in order without laying evidence? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Illustrate bad governance, and neither did he manage to provide evidence, so he's completely out of order. May the member proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the theft of sewage is good governance, according to UPND. Mr. Speaker, FIC reports illicit financial flows, 68 billion kwacha, 60 billion kwacha, 35.5 billion kwacha, $2.8 billion in less than 4 years. Good governance, according to this UPNT member here. Bad governance, and those are my examples. Mr. Speaker, the issue is this. If you prevent members of parliament from speaking freely as a result of threats of violence and abuse, these matters will not be exposed. Even you, Mr. Speaker, you may not even know that lithium, a truckload of lithium was stolen and declared at the border as sand, silica. You won't even know. But the only way you can know is to have a vibrant parliament where members are free to bring the issues that affect their people freely and be able to project them into the faces and minds of the people so that people have a say. One honorable member this morning, when us interacting with our owner, said the Zambians have already decided, UPND, you are going. Why? Because UPND has failed to sort out the issues that are affecting them. Mr. Speaker, bad governance can only be exposed by a talking parliament, by members of parliament who are free to express themselves in representation of the people. And so, when you find that the members of public are not able to eat 3 meals a day because meal meal is expensive, come here on the floor of the House. Speak to our owner, the Vice President, so that our owner can take these matters to Cabinet, and Cabinet can devise measures to reduce the cost of meal meal. Mr. Speaker, do you know how much people are failing to mourn their relatives in our country on account of the cost of transport. Do you know? These are matters that should be brought here. But by who? By me. By these members on your right and left, even those who are refusing. They should take up their role of speaking for their people. And their people should be able to get value from what they did in 2021 by electing them and bringing them to this house. Mr. Speaker, this poor governance can only end by us telling you, PNG, that you are a poor government, and the Zambian people have seen in your poverty of governance, and that you are on your way out. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rwena.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Rwena to debate this report. Mr. Speaker, the people of Rwena join the rest of our colleagues in congratulating our very own Honorable Dr. Kalila on his election to the executive, to lead the executive of CPA and becoming the second Zambian in that position. Congratulations, Honorable Kalila. Mr. Speaker, the Commonwealth is a family of countries, 54 and continuing to grow, representing a population in excess of 2.4 billion citizens and constituting of over 170 branches. The CPA is the epitome of democracy. It demonstrates people exercising and governing themselves through electing representatives. Mr. Speaker, Zambia has been a member since it became a member of the Commonwealth, and which we all know is almost by birth that we are a member of the Commonwealth Association, and the CPA in particular. Mr. Speaker, the era that we are living in is one in which the people of Zambia have come to experience democracy, and democracy in reality. Mr. Speaker, sometimes people want to confuse themselves by closing their eyes to just where we came from a few years ago. If anybody can stand today and tell the people that the democracy that we had in 2017 was better than the democracy we have now, then they were not living in Zambia. But maybe we shouldn't blame them. Their understanding of democracy is obviously different from ours. Theirs was no opposition member should be able to talk to the people of Zambia on any radio station. And the examples are plenty. Including the current head of state, Mr. Speaker, who was just through the roof of a building in Dola, just for speaking to citizens, for attempting to provide an alternative way of doing things to the people of Zambia. And today, colleagues that were in that regime would want to tell us that Zambians are yearning for that kind of democracy. Mr. Speaker, it was common knowledge that whenever there was an election coming up, a by-election such as we are going to, you would have to mourn in not, they are free. They are talking about going to Kawambwa. Some of them are the city fictitiously so that they are being prevented from holding meetings about this CDF. They want to talk about not holding meetings because there is a CDF actually arriving in their constituencies. Where we came from, Mr. Speaker, CDF was just by word of mouth. They stand in this house talking about not being allowed to commission CDF projects. How can they have CDF projects that they should be commissioning when on one hand they are claiming no one is allowing them to even talk about CDF That's a serious contradiction in terms.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, democracy requires us to be honest individuals.
Yeah. Not
The beautiful member saying of Enso Nebuntu is very much applicable.
Yeah.
Look back into, meaning, if you cannot be ashamed,
Yeah. Like a fire.
then you cease being a human being.
Yeah.
Because it's being able to reflect that constitutes you being a human being. Mr. Speaker, it is our fervent desire as the people of this country that the democracy we are enjoying today continues to be practiced and continues to be enjoyed by the people of Zambia. No one wants to go back to the era of pangas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues, they keep on talking about what some of them making a report. And my good brother who was talking, the honorable member for Lunte, was making reference to the contents of the FIC report. He conveniently forgot to mention that during, Mr. Speaker, over 1,000 motor vehicles were disappeared into thin air, Mr. Speaker. What vehicles? We are not talking about invisible assets. These are vehicles, Mr. Speaker, that were bought by the government and they disappeared. And I know my brother was once during his tenure, or it was before. I suspect it was before. But I expected him to. It's a matter that should have concerned him. And Mr. Speaker, as the government continues to look for those vehicles, we hope that some of them will not be found with their children. Some of them will not be found with people and probably people that they have close relationships with. Mr. Speaker, talking about democracy and lawlessness. Democracy does not mean there must be lawlessness in the country. It's no wonder some people believe that because I'm called honorable, I can commit a crime. And they claim that your defense is that you are immune to prosecution. What kind of understanding? What kind of understanding of democracy is that? We enjoy democracy because there is peace, there is law and order in the country. And it's that law and order, Mr. Speaker, that everybody will be bound by during the Kawamba by-election campaigns. So those that are planning to cause mayhem, because they seem to think that is what constitutes speaking for the people, must be well forewarned that they shall not, because peace, even as we compete among ourselves. With this few words, support this report. Thank you very much.
But you can continue.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, for this chance to make some remarks on the reports that you presented. I want to congratulate the committee for this wonderful report that they've presented. And of course, I agree with it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to the congratulations coming to Dr. Christopher Kalila for his elevation to a prestigious position, the whole Commonwealth. He's chairman of the whole Commonwealth Parliamentary Commission. And Mr. Speaker, not the commission but committee, I want to say that the election of Dr. in part is a reflection of respect in the rest of the international community. Mr. Speaker, if we had a candidate coming from a country in the way it was before, where there was no respect for the country, no respect for the political leadership, Dr. Kalila would never have been voted in. This is a reflection she has received from her peers. That, Mr. Speaker, the respect that Zambia enjoys from the international community. Let me now respond to issues that are close to the portfolio that I had. Mr. Speaker, there was a reference to the Financial Intelligence Committee report, where a large sum of money has been reported as having flown out of the country. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. In the first instance, that the Financial Center can today make these reports, that by itself is a very big achievement. Because in the previous, when the Financial Intelligence Center report in the financial world, people got fired for merely producing the report. Today, the center can produce the report. The chairman was fired, the chief executive officer was fired. Today, these
Honorable Minister, there is a point of order.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise this very important point of order. First one is to Standing Order 71. And I'm reluctant in raising this point of order, Mr. Speaker, because the honorable member on the floor, who is the Minister of Finance, is one man he held in high esteem as a senior member here, who we have found, and he has been around. However, our rules state that whatever information we tender here must be factual and verifiable. Is the Honorable Minister in order to insinuate here that when the FIC reports were produced during our time, people got fired, when in actual sense, the chief executive of the FIC, who has been there from the time we were entirely in government, was found in a position by this government, and they moved her to Drug Enforcement Commission. And the board which was there is the board they inherited. Is in order to therefore insinuate that anyone was fired for producing a report when opposite is true. I seek your serious, genuine ruling on this matter, sir. I thank you.
Honorable Member, what do you mean by genuine? May you take your seat? You know, Honorable Members, we should know that when these ministers speak, they speak from an official government position as things stand. So the Honorable Minister, whatever he says on the floor, that's government position. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It would have been very easy for me to give the names, but I will not, because it was in public media. How the Financial Intelligence Center chairman was forced to resign, how the CEO also was forced to resign. It's in the public media. It was in the public media. Today, Mr. Speaker, the center can freely produce the report. And not only that, the government has taken positive steps to address the issue. And by the way, Mr. This money that is being talked about. We don't as yet know where it came from, who was the source, and whether in fact these are remnants of money coming from previous times. These are matters that are still being investigated. And the sad thing is that when these matters come up, investigations are done, and the arrests are made, people now allege tribalism, tribal targeting. So, colleagues, just wait. Those investigations are being undertaken to see where did this money come from and when. And if any one of us gets caught up, let's not cry foul. Let's not say it's tribalism. Let's not say it's politicking, because this is what we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that positive action has been taken. One of the revenue measures in this year's budget, 2025, one of the measures taken says, going forward, for you to remit money out of the country, the kind of remittances that are being referred to in the Financial Intelligence Center report, for you to remit money outside, you must first of all prove that you have paid your taxes. Positive action taken for 2025. Positive action. Now, these reports of remittances are not new. They were there in the past, although there was an attempt to hush them. Can those who are talking about these things now, can they tell us what positive steps they took during that time to say there are illicit financial flows, this is the action that we are taking to stop that action? Let them say so. They will not say so because they didn't do it. This has now been done by this government, meaning that, yes, people attempt to commit a crime will be on it. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, to talk about governance, especially in the financial realm. A colleague was saying things are very expensive, people are failing to, first of all, colleagues are forgetting the fact that during their time, a big chunk of this population of Zambia, they were left behind. Millions of children, school-going children, they were left behind. They could not go to school because their parents could not afford. The government did not care. For them, education was nothing, absolutely nothing. Is expensive. Yes, it's gone up. But why are you silent about these millions and millions of children that you left behind into poverty? Farmers were staying for 1 year, 2 years. People are silent. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, half of the population of Zambia are under government support. Half of the population of Zambia, in fact more than half, about 60%, on the social cash transfer, cash for work, and other things. What did this previous government do? Mr. Speaker, governance has improved a lot under this administration. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Chiluvi would like to start with a theme which talks about engage, empower, sustain, and charting the course for resilient democracy. Mr. Speaker, we went to this conference because we affiliate to the Commonwealth, and we do not only affiliate to the Commonwealth, but we also affiliate to Commonwealth values and principles. And part of the Commonwealth values and principles is what is in Article 8 of our Constitution. And in weighing, I know that the nation is highly polarized politically, but in weighing whether we are really following those values and principles, We just need to use the Constitution as a mirror. Are we following constitutionalism? Are we following democracy? Are we following all those tenets that have been inscribed in there? And I think the Commonwealth meeting that was held, among other things, talks about commitment to democracy, human rights, and good governance as cornerstones. And I think when we are talking about this, we have to be very, very truthful with ourselves. And this report should act as a mirror of where we. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have a Bill of Rights that mainly comprises the civil and political rights. And this Bill of Rights is not respected by the IG, who always disrupts meetings for the opposition. And he has put it on record that those that are holding these meetings, especially rallies, are not going to be allowed. And Mr. Speaker, that's not a very healthy environment. This report, Mr. Speaker, on page 4-5, speaks about a combative climate, political climate. And we have a combative political climate because we are fronting a police state in making sure that people are not freely speaking and sharing ideas. Mr. Speaker, the current of environment that we are in now is not something that is healthy because there is no cross-pollination of ideas and sharing manifestos by the political stakeholders, and that has to be stated. Mr. Speaker, the report talks about members of parliament speaking openly and freely in a democratic space like we have. We attended that conference and we sent people to that conference because we are recognized as a constitutional democracy. Mr. Speaker, in looking at factors, it will not help any one of us here to point fingers about what happened that other time, what happened, and I think even in the environment and in the manner that we are debating in here, we are just encouraging this very combative environment, which is not healthy for any one of us. We have been given by the Article 63 as members of Parliament to represent, registrate, and do oversight role. Apart from that, approving the budget as it may be, soon we'll be talking about an appropriation bill. We need an environment in which that should happen, and it should happen freely. We like setting up pieces between opposition and ruling party. Mr. Speaker, in a situation of pro-politics like ours, we co-manage the nation. We co-manage the nation, yes, there is executive. The executive comprises of the people that wins the election, and that is respected. And I think we have accepted that. Having accepted that, those that are in the executive should also appreciate that there is the existence of the opposition and respect the views of those that are from the opposition. But we have created a very toxic environment. Whenever such ideas are coming up, we have to shut down. I mean, how many motions in here which are well meant have been seen as because they are coming from the opposition, they should be shut down. It is in here that such things happen. Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore that this report also talks about inclusivity of people with disabilities. As we stand in this parliament, if we are to count properly, I know we don't have a mixed member proportion, we do not uphold even articles that apportion the responsibility to the president to appoint 8 members. That has not been considered, and we are in the Commonwealth. And when we are talking about such factors, it is important that we uphold the values of the Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the women engagement, as the report has already tabulated, I have in mind, Mr. Speaker, Article 231, which talks about the Gender Commission, which has not been operationalized, and we are comfortable with that situation. I have in mind, Mr. Speaker, is that when we want to give power to women, it is not only at this level that power should be given. It is at very grassroots level, it's in the commissions and many other. How are we utilizing Article? That is all you do, is to look for such things. Yes. How are we utilizing Article 259? especially in creating a balance up, where we provide this as a window for women to participate at different levels. Women, we know that the three arms of government, we need to retire here and there, and women, we have subscribed to things like SADC protocol and many other. But all these are just rhetoric, they are just a song, as far as we do not have affirmative action to that effect. We need to appreciate that we should not be participating in such conferences for grandstanding purposes, but we should participate in such conferences to improve the texture of our democracy. This is talking about resilience in our democracy, but we find that in the way we have chosen to live as Zambians, if we are to be put on a scale, if Zambia weighs at 50 kg or 65 kg, on this particular conference we attended, looking at the national values, looking at a lot of constitutional provisions, we weigh 0.5 kgs as a nation. But we want to attend, and I think it's a requirement to attend, but let it not just be routine to be attending such factors, Mr. Speaker. But practice is what should entail. Yes, we will receive a report like this one, but what are we doing as a people? What is the status of our governance institutions? How is the ECZ managing elections? What of the standing of our judiciary? And many other institutions, how are they faring in line with the cornerstones as identified? And among them, we are talking about democracy, human rights, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, the people of Churubi would have ventured to go on, but because of time limitation, the people of Churubi would like to submit that as far as we support this particular report, the country is not healthy in terms of democracy. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lukulu East.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind the honourable members that in June 2022, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia addressed the European Parliament in Brussels. And in that address, he reminded the members of Parliament and the world that Zambia was back in business, and that Zambia was now, in fact, the statement started by saying Zambia was back in business and that it was back in the Champions League. Mr. Speaker, the import of that statement was to the effect that as a country, we were back now in participating in world affairs. And it is very important for any nation to actually begin to be a partaker in world affairs rather than being bystanders. And that is exactly what our National Assembly has decided to do in catching that vision, translating the vision of our visionary to ensure that we are not standing on the fringes of world affairs and watch everything go and bypass us. I therefore want to place on record my utmost appreciation to all of you honorable members for your compliments and your messages of congratulations. I also want to place on record my appreciation and gratitude to many Zambians within the country and beyond, and all over the world, who have extended the congratulatory messages to me in particular and to our country. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that my ascendance to this is about our country. This is about the members of parliament here. All of you members of parliament, in case you don't realize, you actually pay subscription fees to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And in electing one of us, it means that you have the ones who have actually been elected. I am only your representative. Therefore, let us all embrace this collectively as a milestone for the National Assembly of Zambia as a legislative wing in translating the vision of His Excellency to begin to participate in world affairs.
let's take an opportunity wherever it comes to ensure that we are also a voice in world affairs. I also want to thank in particular the Foreign Affairs Minister whom I consulted before going forward for this position and enlisted his support and help in lobbying several other member states in the Commonwealth. In particular, that at that time he was going to attend the Commonwealth Heads of State Summit in Samoa. Honorable members, I also want to thank the campaign team, in particular my two election agents, Chrysosta and Mungando, who is not in the house, and of course our strong man, Nyambose, who stood steadfast in ensuring that our vote was protected. Honorable members, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is one of the oldest associations, founded somewhere around 2011. The principal purpose is the legislative side of promoting democracy, which we are talking about here, ensuring that there's peace and security in our respective countries, ensuring that we promote and protect human rights and all rights, and of course good governance and the rule of law. It is also a club, as my colleague has said, from Luena, which is bound together by common history, our linkage to the British, and therefore a club of friendship promoting dialogue and adherence to parliamentary processes. Mr. Speaker, it is very humbling being only the second to have assumed to this position after Mr. Love Mulimba, who was the first Zambian chairperson of the CPA in 1987 to 1990, just at the time when UNIP was leaving office. He is late now. I would have loved to consult him on what it means, but I'm counting on your support, especially the support of the executive. As you will recall, when the president came here to officially open this session, I don't know how many listened to him. He actually said that members of parliament are diplomats and that we must carry ourselves as such. And that, in fact, he intended perhaps to do something in ensuring that all of us went through some form of diplomatic training of one sort or another. I thought that was very progressive, and I think that we need to take a leaf from that. Colleagues and friends, as we promote democracy, the holding of free and fair elections periodically, as we promote good governance, you just have to bear in mind that as the executive head of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I have a onerous task to ensure that these tenets are promoted worldwide in the Commonwealth. I can only do so with your support, especially my colleagues in Cabinet, and supporting the work of the Foreign Affairs Minister. Let us all work together, because my failure will be a failure for the country. My success will be a success for the country. With these few words, I just want to thank you once again, colleagues, for all the messages and all the good things that you have said, but it's not about me. It is about you. It is about the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments on adopting this report. And may I join my colleagues who have already congratulated Honourable Dr. Kalila for being elected to the Executive Committee of the CPA. Indeed, like you have finished stating, this is for collective all of us, and we are proud of that achievement. And my prayer and wish is that the people of Lukulu East can still give you another mandate so that you save this 3-year tenure of office as an incumbent member of that constituency, because then it will add more value to the committee. So we wish you well, and I've got no doubt on my mind that you will succeed on this new tour of duty. Mr.
Mr. Speaker, the comments on governance issues, I would like to just make a few clarifications. The Financial Intelligence Center, Mr. Speaker, was a creation of the government that I belonged to. And it's like a parent giving birth to a child you didn't love. I don't think that would be logical. So this was born during our time, and it was operationalized during our time. And by accepting to operationalize it, we were fully aware of its role in ensuring that our economic situation in Zambia is not destabilized by those who intentionally would want to engage in financial flows. And I'm elated to hear the minister, although he was a bit misleading on the people that were sent out of there. I was talking about one lady who saved that institution until she had her own social issues, but no one was fired on account of a report at any given time. And that I can attest because I was closely working with this institution due to my role as Minister of Home Affairs. I also appreciate the comments about free education. Yes, Minister, it's good for children to go to school freely. But there's no child who's going to go to school and concentrate on an empty stomach. So there is a nexus between these social issues. For a child to go and concentrate in school where there is free, which is free without paying fees, there must be food from home. A child must be well fed in order to go and concentrate in school. So we must not lose sight of some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, I will just go to the issue of the abuse of parliamentarians. And there's a recommendation on page 5, and I'll quote, "At the end of the session, workshop participants endorsed the recommendation that parliamentarians of the Commonwealth should be committed to providing robust security measures for members and their staff, adaptable to changing political landscapes and supplemented by adequate and accessible medical, physical, and mental health and legal support." We have been lamenting even here, Mr. Speaker, about how we secure our members of parliament. And I think if we had this robust security provided for the honorable members, we wouldn't have reports of a member disappearing, a member suspected to be abducted, a member being abused by members of the public. This should have been avoided where members are provided robust security. Not long ago, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear a member of parliament, and not just an ordinary member of parliament, but a cabinet minister, being verbally abused by an individual and issuing veiled threats on a member of cabinet over a matter which was administrative. And I could imagine the member was coming here tired, the minister was coming from this August House tired, and was being called by this citizen who was telling him, no, you have changed the authority of controlling authority from this person to point B to another person. We are going to teach you a lesson. How do we allow that kind of abuse for senior members of cabinet? This requires attention. If it was bad before, it should be bad even now. Because if we are not controlling these things, colleagues, they've got a tendency of escalating. And I know that the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs has always said people mutate. The governance issues, Mr. Speaker, and democracy that we are talking about, I think we as players in the democratic space must also start questioning ourselves. Because we may change, we are talking about landscapes. We have a UNIP, we have a movement from our party democracy, MMD, Patriot Front, and now the UPND. But if you look critically, you find that the players are more or less like the same. Say 60%. If I look across there, I see distinguished members of parliament who were part of the executive of the movement for multi-party democracy. They are in this executive today. There are some people who are also members of the executive under the Patriot Front who are in this current executive serving. So these are factors that we should start interrogating. Why then should there be so much animosity, even continuity of programs of government? Because we are the same players. Let's face it. We are the same players. So even when we condemn each other, we must speak to our minds and say, what is it that I'm condemning? Even the legacies that we pass to each other, we must be speaking in that context. That yes, I was part of the movement for multi-democracy. There are things that were done very well and things that couldn't have been done well. Yes, I was part of the Patriot Front. So much achievements, and there could have been some shortcomings. How then do we start bridging the gap? Because it won't end here. Like I'm saying, members who are part of the movement for multi-democracy are still there in the front bench. Some of them from the Patriot Front. So even as we're talking about these landscapes, we must not remove ourselves as players, because the way we conduct ourselves is what has ended the name of saying politics is a dead game. No. If we the players are the ones who are taking debt to the politics, let's start cleaning that debt ourselves. Because at the end of the day, we have got one common heritage, the Republic of Zambia. And so we should start learning to appreciate each other, to appreciate one another, our strengths and our weaknesses. That's the only way we can build this country going forward. Sir Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation will respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Being cognizant of the time constraints we have, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by joining other members that have congratulated Dr. Kalila for his well-deserved appointment, or election, beg pardon, as chairperson. Let me also take the opportunity to commend the chairperson of your committee for the report, which certainly as government we support fully in terms of the motion for its adoption. Mr. Speaker, your report speaks to a number of issues that have been addressed already on the floor of the House, so I will not repeat myself. Just to emphasize that the role of AI in the international sphere is growing, and so the report is on point insofar as it speaks to the issue of AI and its importance going forward in the activities of our parliaments within the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, other matters which the report speaks to include the issue of security for MPs within our Commonwealth parliaments, which has been spoken to, and I'll address that in a short while as well, and the adoption of best practice via the process of benchmarking. We can best learn from each other in order to fully appreciate the roles of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to now respond to some of the assertions that have been put on the floor of the House. I would like to begin first by urging the general public out there that are following these debates that the purpose of our being in this House is for us to give factual, verifiable information to the public out there in relation to the various matters that we address. And I'd like to speak specifically with regard to the submission by the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu, who just spoke before me, where he suggested that the Financial Intelligence Center was actually, as he put it, a child birthed by the immediate past government. Mr. Speaker, emphasizing the need for us to speak factually, I'd like to update the nation that in fact it is not true that the Financial Intelligence Center was born in the immediate past administration. Rather, it was established in November 2010 under an Act of Parliament number 46, the Financial Intelligence Center Act number 46 of 2010. We need to remind the people of Zambia that the immediate past government was elected first on the 20th of September 2011. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be in this house telling the public out there, the nation out there, matters which are factually incorrect. It then raises a question of the credence of the debates that we put on the floor of the House if we can't get even simple facts correct, which are enshrined in an act of parliament and are verifiable by these very green volumes that are sitting in front of us here. Mr. Speaker, therefore I would urge the people of Zambia to take with a pinch of salt any suggestion put forward by our colleagues which tends to put arguments that cannot be verified and which tends to suggest that perhaps they were better at governance than this current government, which has made strides. Speaking about safety that has been referred to in the report of parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, the report specifically talks about violence, and the report is focused on the safety of what is referred to in there as violent cohorts. I beg pardon, as vulnerable cohorts. Vulnerable cohorts include groups such as women's groups. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of our colleagues here debated on issues of governance and suggested that perhaps Zambia had seen previously a better governance environment. But let's speak to the report and the area of the gender agenda, protection of our women. It is on record, Mr. Speaker, that our women shunned the political process on account of the violence and the abuse that they suffered in the previous regime. So it cannot possibly be accepted in this House and by the people of Zambia that our colleagues can talk about governance in relation to violence to MPs as spoken to in the report, when it is on record that in the presence of very high officials, on a day that was meant to be for youth, we had situations where women were stripped and abused to the worst possible way. We had a situation in one of the campaigns in Mutendere Township where a bus was stormed and the women there were attacked and abused. How can we now come and become holier than thou and speak about governance issues when today the head of state is showing the best example possible? In this House, during the discussion, during the submission by the head of state, he put it clearly that as a principle this government will want to put forward the interests of women and ensure that they're able to speak equally in this House and given equal opportunity in this House. We can compare, but we must compare apples to apples, not apples and oranges, which is what the honourable member wanted to try and do by suggesting that the governance record of our colleagues was better than ours. Mr. Speaker, the very election of Dr. Kalila speaks volumes about the governance record of this country. There is no way that Dr. Kalila would have been appointed to such a high position if he did not espouse the principles of the Commonwealth. And that speaks for itself. In addition to that, our Republic of Zambia is represented on the executive side in the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, having been elected at the last Commonwealth General Assembly in Samoa. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have the Vice Presidency through the person of this individual standing here of the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group. What does the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group do? It is the custodian of the core values of the Commonwealth, which include, and I quote, a community of peaceful democratic countries with shared values including separation of powers and the rule of law and human rights. Mr. Speaker, another testament of the fact that the governance record of this country is recognized internationally and therefore puts these arguments, submissions that were made earlier to the contrary, to bed. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to urge the people of Zambia that are watching us today to take the factual position as has been seen from the law itself, as has been seen from the election of Zambian citizens to very high offices within the Commonwealth, as a testament that the New Dawn government is doing the correct thing, and indeed we are back in the Champions League. Mr. Speaker, the government supports the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you. May the Honourable Member for Chasef wind up debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on account of time, I will not say much, but to appreciate the speakers who have debated on this motion, Honourable Member for Lunte, Honourable Member for Luena, Honourable Nakoka, Honourable Minister of Finance, Honourable Stumbeko Musokotwani, Honourable Fube, and our Chairman of the Commonwealth, Dr. Kalila, Honourable Kampyongo, and our able Minister of Foreign Affairs. I want to thank you all for your debate and for supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I will not say much on account of time, but I will be failing if I don't state a fact, and this is a fact, as who were on the ground, mingling with people. Zambia has gained its support and position in terms of governance. That is a fact. Just mention of Zambia. The other day I was debating, they talked about our president when he was incarcerated. They passed the words of encouragement. Mr. Speaker, we are back in the Champions League. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
I put the question. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Zambian delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia from 3rd to 8th November 2024 for the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 27th November 2024. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2024, second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read the second time.
The question is, the bill now be read the second time. Any debate? The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before this House is the culmination of the assignment that started with the presentation of the 2025 budget on Friday, 27th September 2024. I wish to express my profound gratitude to you, Chairperson of the committees, our Honored Vice President, the leaders of all political groupings, members of Parliament, and management of the House for the role that each of you has played in reaching to the conclusion of this motion on the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank our cooperating partners whose continued support is making a difference in the lives of millions of our Zambian brothers and sisters. From the time the 2025 budget was laid before this August House, the proposed spending programs, revenue and financial measures for the 2025 financial year have been debated both in this chamber and in the various committees at great length by the honorable members. The new budget approval process has worked well as it gave committee members an opportunity to fully interrogate various budgets. This ensured more progressive, analytical, less political, and more technical debates that are centered on development. Once again, I wish to commend committee members for their in-depth analytical debates as can be seen from the compiled report from the Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee, which highlighted valuable and progressive recommendations. Sir, I'm deeply grateful and thankful to members for their insightful debates and constructive comments made as they considered the budget's proposals. The debates held and comments and suggestions that have been made have added value to the 2025 spending, revenue financing proposals. The government will take some of these on board as it implements the 2025 budget, as well as in future budgets, to advance the objective of unlocking the economic potential of our nation. By implementing the spending programs and the revenue measures in 2025, the economy will become more diversified, more resilient, and produce more jobs and income opportunities. Mr. Speaker, as I present the 2025 appropriation bill before this House for approval, I remind honourable members that the bill encapsulates the policy direction of the New Dawn government. This policy direction is predicted on well-designed and practical measures to transform the Zambian economy. Sir, we've weathered through this drought so far, despite it being the worst in living memory. No life has been lost. Thanks to all the honourable members of this August House who supported the approval of the Supplementary Budget Number 1 of 2024, which provided funds for cash for work, extended social cash transfer, and so forth. The cash for work is doing wonders in our communities, just like the extended social cash transfer. Also, we have not defaulted on debt after the implementation of the debt restructuring, despite economic and revenue challenges. Mr. Speaker, the economic transformation agenda and the measures taken to develop our people and provide them with the social services will be implemented while ensuring that the strategies used will protect the environment and mitigate and adapt to the ever-growing threat of climate change. The New Dawn government will also implement economic transformation and social agendas while safeguarding good governance principles like decentralization. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is financed through equitable and just revenue measures which aim to widen the tax base but provide relief to compliant taxpayers. The 2025 budget also envisages reduced recourse to borrowing so that our private sector is not crowded out by government borrowing and our debt returns to sustainable levels. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend the 2025 appropriation bill to this August House and seek the honourable members' approval for its enactment so that indeed we can unlock Zambia's economic potential for a bright future for all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any further debate? The Honourable Member Oshiwangando.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for giving me a chance to make a comment on the bill the Minister is proposing for us to authorize expenditure from the consolidated fund of monies required for the services of the Republic during the financial year ending 31st December of 2025, not exceeding the aggregate total sum of 217,105,378,661 kwacha. Just permit me, Mr. Speaker, before I make a few comments, to convey heartfelt condolences on behalf of the people of Shwangandu to the Honorable Minister on the loss of the wife to our Central Bank Governor, Dr. Den Kariaria, who passed away in South Africa. May her soul rest in peace, because indeed she was a supporter and pillar to our Central Bank Governor, and I know the family at personal level. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as we support the approval of the expenditure for the Ministry of Finance, mine is just to urge him to pay attention to those factors that might affect the credibility of the budget. He has already spoken about the drought, which is still with us, and we are yet to know how it plays out. Because if the drought is not persists in the manner it is, we risk having food insecurity, which will then require him to mop up some money in terms of foreign currency in dollar form to import food for the country. So I also want him to pay attention, and that now will mean that the exchange rate will have a significant impact on the budget itself, because the process of the budget starts in time. We started mid this year. Those that were making ceilings of expenditure for all spending agencies started their work mid-year when the dollar was about 24 kwacha. As we are passing the budget now, the dollar is now going to 27, and we don't know by the end of the year how much the rate is going to be. That may have a significant impact on the credibility of the budget. I'm also elated to hear you say that you are going to ensure that you bring legislation here to enhance the controls of financial flows. And Mr. Speaker, I am not in the habit of debating in contestation. The institution that we were just debating a while ago, which will be very up to you, Minister, indeed, the legislation was passed in 2010, as stated by my honorable colleague who had so much energy. But the operation order, which gave effect to its operations, was done in early 2012. And therefore,
Honorable Member.
And therefore,
Honorable Member. Yes, you are supposed to debate the business on the floor of the House.
Yes, that's what I'm debating.
You are talking about something that is different completely.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to the measures the minister is proposing to ensure that the financial flows which may affect the budget and the economy.
But you are talking about order, you are talking about the establishment of a governance institution, which is completely different to what the minister was talking about. So let's ensure that we stick to what has been presented, the business on the floor of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to floor, you will see the next.
I've guided you.
So, Honorable Minister, please, as you have stated, we would like to see legislation brought here, which would then tighten up, the finance to ensure that the financial flows are curtailed, and the institutions that are mandated to deal with these illegalities are put in place. So we wish you the best and ensure that those who are being highlighted for misappropriation of funds are also equally dealt with. Don't ignore the Auditor General's report, because if perpetrators and culprits who are in the habit of getting public resources are not dealt with, they will still continue doing that in each and every financial year. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support the adoption of passing the bill at the second reading.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, wind-up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Member for Shwangandu for the debate. And of course, I will also convey your words of condolences to the government. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2024.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Thursday, 5th of December, Mr. Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken on Thursday, 5th of December next week. Next order.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 22 of 2024.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, it is your will that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Thursday, 5th of December, Mr. Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken next week, 5th of December. Next order.
The Mobile Money Transaction Levy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024. Report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further debate, it is your will that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Thursday, 5th of December, Mr. Speaker.
Day for third reading next week, 5th of December. Next order.
The Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2024. Report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any amendment, it is your will that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Thursday, 5th of December.
Third reading of the bill to be taken on 5th December next week. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to the House. Is now adjourned.
Has just been concluded. So before we end our live broadcast, we have a look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House today.
Well, business resumed at 09 hours earlier in the day. The House did consider Her Honor the Vice President's question time, the 45 minutes allocated. But just before we give you those details, before that, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. And one ruling, and the announcement that she made was to recognize the presence in the public gallery of Mrs. Mina Mumba Mwansa, Vice Treasurer of the United Party for National Development, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the guests to the National Assembly. Pauline, we had a ruling as well.
Yes, we did have a ruling, and this was rendered based on a point of order raised on Tuesday, 12th November 2024 by Honorable Mlambo Haimbe, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Security, against Mr. Munia Zulu, MP for Lumezi constituency, for using a derogatory term against, whilst pointing at members of parliament on the right. And in this point of order, Honorable Mlambo Haimbe MP inquired whether Mr. Munia Zulu MP for Lumezi constituency was point
response. Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling in order to start after she has started. But the verbatim record of the proceedings of Tuesday, 12th November 2024, reviewed that the Honorable Mr. Haimbe MP, in raising his point of order, did not cite the standing order, rule, law or privileges or practices on which his point of order was based. In this regard, the point of order did not comply with